Morning, everybody. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture this morning, and I'd like to start our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Creighton.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here and braving the elements in order to come and hear us. I'm just getting the pink cards put together here for our hearings. And I want to, as per Representative Bixby's request, we have 3 bills this morning dealing with organic certification, organic food certification. If you have some comments to make in general about organic farming, organic certification, you are invited to make those comments in the testimony for our hearing for HB 1184. But we would like to limit the discussion on specific parts of these bills. So if you have specific information regarding testimony for an individual bill, please make those at the appropriate time when that bill is being heard. We are going to start off this morning with HB 1184, which is relative to making an appropriation to the organic certification program. I'm going to open this meeting, inviting the sponsor of this bill, Representative Bixby, to please introduce the bill. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Representative Peter Bixby, representing Dover, and also a member of this committee. What I'm presenting here is relative to making an appropriation to the organic certification program. And the real purpose of HB 1184 is to strengthen the organic certification in the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food. Before I get into the details of the bill, I want to present some background on organic certification. There's more to organic than food you pay more for, so you know it won't have nasty chemicals. In the early to mid 20th century, agricultural science split into 2 branches. The dominant branch, with heavy investment from industry and a lot of work from land-grant universities, focused on chemicals that help plants grow. How could farmers use soluble, chemically active forms of nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium to get plants to grow faster? What chemicals, when sprayed on plants, would reduce pest and disease pressure? What herbicides would kill competing weeds? It turned out that the nitrogen reduction process developed in World War I for making bombs could also produce fertilizer, and nerve toxins used for chemical warfare also killed insect pests. The other branch, which garnered very little corporate interest, considered biologically active soil to be key to good plant growth. If you feed the soil will provide the right nutrients, the right amounts of available nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus to the plants. Central to this soil-based approach was adding a lot of compost to the soil. Because compost is rich in decaying organic matter, this approach to agriculture became called organic in English. It's called biological in other languages. Organic plant scientists were concerned that synthetic pesticides and fungicides would harm soil health, so they limited pesticide and fungicide use to biologically sourced materials. Organic agriculture went from being a very tiny niche to a somewhat less tiny niche in the 1960s when Rachel Carson's work exposed the downsides of DDT and other synthetic pesticides. In the 1970s and 1980s, the organic food became more popular and enough more profitable that producers feared that unscrupulous sellers would claim food was organically grown when it was not. A number of private, mostly nonprofit organic farming organizations started certification programs to verify organic practices. In our region, the Maine Farmers and Gardeners Association, or MAFGA, and the various state branches of the Northeast Organic Farmers Association, or NOFA, filled this role. The myriad different certifiers did not agree on the standards for organic production, and some felt others were too lax. Congress saw different standards as creating the potential for fraud and passed a bill that placed the USDA in charge of creating a national organic program. The NOP created standards for organic agricultural practices and allowable materials. The standards would be overseen by accredited certifying agencies, or ACAs. An ACA could not also be an advising or advocacy organization. In some states, the Department of Agriculture set up an ACA program. Many of the private certifiers were part of organizations that did advising and advocacy. A lot of these spun off separate corporations to become ACAs, including MOFGA, NOFA Vermont, NOFA Mass, etc. It should be noted that the NOP made no requirement that farmers get certified by a specific ACA in their region. Any ACA willing to work with a farm would count. As long as an ACA certifies a farm, it can market its products as USDA organic. Without ACA certification, no claims of organic can be made. NOFA New Hampshire found the challenge of setting up an ACA to be substantial, so the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food, under former Commissioner Steve Taylor, offered to take on that role and helped develop legislation to make that possible. The work of certification would be done under the Division of Regulatory Services using division personnel. The department has been working with New Hampshire organic farmers who choose to use their services for more than 2 decades. Just as a reminder, even though many people use organic as a proxy for free of synthetic chemicals, the term really means farming practices are aimed at creating healthy soils to create healthy plants. Another aspect of certification we need to touch on is scopes. Organic standards are divided into 4 branches or scopes: crops and produce, animal agriculture, processing and handling, and wildcrafting. The USDA approves ACAs separately for each scope, and each scope has different requirements, so not all certifiers cover all 4 scopes. Until 2021, the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Foods did all 4 scopes. In the summer of 2021, the former Director of Regulatory Services left on fairly short notice for family reasons. On the way out, she informed the Commissioner that the department's compliance with the animal agriculture and processing and handling scopes was having serious problems. The department tried to find a remedy, but determined that there was a serious risk that the National Organic Program would remove their certification unless a number of fairly costly steps were taken. The department informed farmers and businesses using animal and processing handling scopes that they would need to find alternative certifiers for the following year. This created a great deal of unhappiness, and I think there might be some people testifying after me who might mention that. A Senate bill was filed in an attempt to fix the problem, but it did not pass. The department scaled back, doing only the crop and produce scope, which does include maple syrup. When the commissioner received the most recent audit from the USDA NOP in early 2023, he realized that some improvements needed to be made to the structure of the certification program to make it sustainable. He reached out to NOFA New Hampshire to help figure out a plan of action. NOFA New Hampshire surveyed their farmer members and held listening sessions to get a sense of what New Hampshire farmers would prefer. There was strong support among the respondents for DAMF to consider continue certification, even if it would require higher fees in the future. Because of that support, I offered to file this bill. What the bill does is it creates 1.5 specific organic certification positions in the department, which is one change encouraged by the National Organic Program. The bill also makes an appropriation for them for the 2nd year of this biennium. That appropriation will be partially offset by fees. I'm happy to take questions, but I will defer most questions about finances, workload, and NOP requirement to the Commissioner. I believe that there are members of the organic farming community here who will also be providing input. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. Does any committee members have questions regarding this testimony? Representative Dutsey.
Uh,
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I, so we have another bill coming forward, I believe this morning, that involves the USDA. If we passed this bill, so is this actually a standalone bill, and the 1.5 positions would be an assist to organic farmers, or is there a whole package that we need to be considering?
So the three bills we're hearing this morning are all completely separate bills. So they all stand on their own merits. This bill is specifically about providing the resources to the department to be able to continue to do the organic program. And this bill is really about resources.
Thank you. So my question is, do we already have this program funded?
The commissioner can talk about that in more detail, but the program was not funded as a separate entity, and still is not funded as a separate entity. It is under the Department of Regulatory Services, and it uses regulatory services personnel, and the way that those personnel are funded is something that the commissioner can speak to more clearly than I can.
Thank you. Any other questions for Representative Bixby? Seeing none, thank you. And let's move on. And I call up Joyce Ford, who has requested 3 minutes to speak. Good morning, Ms. Ford.
I'm a little nervous. This is my first time ever testifying. So
Well, we don't bite. It's okay. And if you have testimony, it would be nice to pass it around.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that, by the way.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you. My name is Joyce Ford. I'm from Hillsborough, New Hampshire. I have been involved in organic certification since the 1980s, and I currently serve as accreditation committee chair for an international organization that accredits organic certification bodies globally. Organic certification is required if an operation uses the term organic in any of its marketing. In 2023, the USDA has imposed new rules on accredited certifying agents. I will refer to them as ACAs to kind of shorten it up, as part of their strengthening organic enforcement rules, which are implemented by March 19th, 2024. So in addition to requiring more types of operations in the supply chain to be certified, all inspectors and certifier reviewers have specific qualification and training requirements, new ones. And this rule now requires certifying agents to conduct 5% of their operations as unannounced inspections, complete mass balance audits during the annual on-site inspections, and verify traceability back to the previous certified operation in the supply chain during inspections. I know this is pretty technical, but I just want you to know that this is a very technical program that needs people who are very trained to do this kind of work. So in order to remain accredited, the New Hampshire Department of Agriculture, Markets and Foods Organic Certification Program needs funding to adequately train their personnel to comply with these new rules. They will need an adequate number of staff to review applications, perform the on-site inspections, and provide final reviews of all certification documents for operations before making the certification decision. And all of these steps require a quality management system that tracks these activities. One additional point I would like to make is most accredited organic certifying agents base their sliding scale fee structure, which is public information on their websites, on gross organic sales. This allows smaller organic farmers to get certified without undue financial hardship. The New Hampshire Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food currently bases their fee structure on acreage or greenhouse square footage, neither of which is a marker of the size income a farmer can actually make on that amount of land. The department says it doesn't collect gross organic sales information in the application, but it could. then they also could then use a sliding scale fee structure to keep the smaller organic farms certified. So I support House Bill 1184 FNA, which increases funding for the New Hampshire Department of Ag's Markets and Food Organic Certification Program to allow the department to maintain their accreditation status with the USDA for the crop scope. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And are there any questions for Ms. Ford? Yeah. No questions, so thank you. I call Mr. David Trumbull. Good morning, Mr. Trumbull. Where are you from, Mr. Trumbull?
I'm from the town of Ware.
Thank you.
My name is David Trumbull. I'm a certified organic farmer. I have been certified organic since 1987, the first year that we had organic certification in the state. I want to talk about three things. First is a little history of the program, and second is just a couple brief comments about organic, and then a few comments about the bill itself. In the mid-'80s, NOFA worked with the state legislature to create the statute that set up organic certification. In the first 2 years, NOFA did the certification. I was on the board of NOFA at that time. The Department of Agriculture came to one of our board meetings and said, what would you think if we took over the program? And NOFA said, yes. The Department of Agriculture said, we can build this program. We have the resources. NOFA didn't have those resources. So there was a commitment made to grow the program. And it did grow to almost 200 farms not that many years ago. That history is important because it shows that the Department of Agriculture made a commitment, and that commitment is what grew the program in the state. Those resources were essential. Over the last 38 years, the organic farmers in the state have worked with the Department of Agriculture cooperatively in a lot of ways. The department set up an organic advisory committee. They provided trainings to other farmers that were put on by the department, but the trainings were done by the organic farmers. And the commissioner toured organic farms to see their production techniques. And personally, I was involved in all three of those different aspects. That history is important because it shows that there's been a long-standing mutual respect between the organic farming community and the Department of Agriculture. And also, I think it aligns with the department's duties described in the statute. That's 425(2). Which says that the department shall be responsible for promoting and regulating agriculture in all its branches. Whether you conceive of organic farming as a separate branch of New Hampshire's agriculture or whether or not we are populated in all the branches, but in any event, we're there. We're in every branch of agriculture, and it makes sense that the department does the regulating for our program. I don't have data. I don't think there is any data, but my back of the envelope estimate is that we collectively sell millions, if not $10 million worth of agricultural products every year. We help support a good 1,000 workers directly and indirectly, and we obviously farm tens of thousands of acres. My concern, I support this bill 100%. I have been a member of the certification through the Department of Ag. I like the Department of Ag certifiers. They do a thorough, exceptionally professional job. I think this bill is a good step in the right direction. My concern is the way it's worded. It sounds as though by 2026, the fees will have to support the entire program. Mm-hmm. Those fees that we have been able to see are not reasonable. They estimate, based on what is right now, my farm, a relatively small farm, would cost $4,900 a year to certify. Right now, I pay $350 a year to certify. In Vermont, my farm would cost a little less than $900 to certify. If I did it through Maine, it would be $1,400. There's no way I can justify almost $5,000 in certification fees when I could get it done for about 1/4 of the cost with another agency. If you adopt this bill but don't adequately fund it to keep the fees affordable, no organic farmers are going to sign up for it, and eventually the program will die. I know that there's the argument that the prices haven't gone up in time, but even if you took $350 for my farm as the starting point 38 years ago, do a Google inflation calculator, the price would be $940. So yes, fees should go up. They should have been set to inflation to go up every year, but going up to the amount that it would be, what it costs to support the program, these fees are too much, it's going to lead to the end of the program. So I support this program. I hope that we can continue to work with the Department of Agriculture, and I hope that you will support the funding so that the fees would be set comparable to what it costs in Vermont or Maine. In other words, if you don't want the farmers to flee the program, make what the farmers pay comparable to what they can get it from another certifier and have the state pay the balance. And I think that would be about 1/4 of the numbers that you have from the commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question, and then Representative Comtois. So is your farm certified through the New Hampshire certification process?
I've been certified with the Department of Agriculture for the last 36 years. The two before that, NOFA had the program, but yes,
How much does it cost you to do that in New Hampshire?
$350 is what I pay.
$350. Okay. But there are other organizations that will certify an organic farm.
Yes, in Maine, it's called MAFCA. It's the Organic Farmers. Their price system, as was mentioned, is set up by gross sales. So for between, I'm sorry, I have the numbers right here. In Maine, a farm that's 60,000 to 100,000, so just a relatively small farm, is $1,400. Anywhere between 100 and 200,000, it only goes up to $1,600. So that's affordable. In Vermont, they have like a formula, but a $70,000 farm would be $870. A $100,000 farm would be $1,013, and a $150,000 farm would be $1,205. So it's affordable for the farmers at those rates. If you make the farmers in New Hampshire pay for this program in its entirety, the rates will be so high, very few will do it. And if half of the farmers leave, then scope and scale, you're still going to have these inspectors. The price is going to go up even more. Eventually, the program will collapse. So if we want a program that's run by the government, we have to find fees that are affordable for the farmers, which is going to require some state subsidization.
Representative Comtois, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming here today in this weather and taking my question. And my question is basically probably a reiteration of what Representative Aaron talked, but I just want to make sure that I understand. You can get your organic certification through MOFGA or the Vermont program. Is that correct?
You can. When the state eliminated the dairy and the bread and the processors program, those farms continued to be organic, and they had to go find certifiers from out of the state. And I forget who testified, but said that the federal government does not require that you be certified by the certifier within your state. So you can go to another certifier. I believe the statistics I've seen, we have 66 organic farms left in New Hampshire, and there's about 50 organic farms that are certified by someone else right now.
Representative Comtois, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So based on what you just said, the dairy farms had to find someone else to certify them. And what did you say that number was that are currently being certified by the Department of Agriculture?
I believe there's 66 right now last year, and there's another 50 that are certified organic farms, but not certified. I'm sorry. Thank you for the question. I did, and there's another 50 that are not certified by NHDA, by some other certifier. And when this news came out, a few farmers, and one of them who started the petition is going to speak, started a petition because we want to support this program. And without really a great deal of effort, 1,000 people supported the petition to keep the program alive in New Hampshire. And so in the discussions that have happened between the farmers and NOFA and some with the Department of Agriculture, if this program doesn't survive, NOFA has considered the possibility of setting up a satellite program where they would basically become kind of like a link for New Hampshire farmers to get certified by another certification agency. And that would be a decent backup program. But I feel like the state support for this program is important because organic farmers are an important part of New Hampshire's agriculture. So I would prefer to see the government, pay what's necessary so that we keep the program strong. And I was looking at other professionals electricians pay $180 a year to get their license renewed each year. Master plumbers pay $300 every 2 years. That's about what I'm paying. If you made plumbers and electricians all of a sudden pay $4,000 a year to get certified, to get their license renewed, you'd have a room full of angry plumbers and electricians. So we're just saying, help keep this program alive.
Thank you. Representative Creighton, you had a question?
I'm sorry. Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm diving into something that you've been doing for 37 years, so bear with me here. So this bill right here, 1184, it is authorizing from the state $220,000 to pay for 1.5 people. That's it, right? That's all this bill does.
Well, there's another provision in the bill. I'm sorry. Thank you for the
No,
question.
please. I'm just reading what I'm reading here.
Yep. There's something down in the methodology section on the page where it talks about how, let's see. They want to make the program self-sustaining in fiscal year 2026 and each year thereafter. So and I look at the chart with the funds, the expenditure is still 220 every year for 25, 26, 27, but the appropriation is 220,000 in year 2025, but then it's zero after that. So I think there's the way, if it goes the way it's worded here, for 1 year, you subsidize the program. After that, the farmers pay the whole cost. So I'm just saying, I hope that you'll keep that appropriation going forward.
Okay, and so for follow-up, please.
Should follow up.
Okay, so today you're paying roughly 300. Where does the 4,000 come in? Where am I reading that in this bill?
It's not here. During all these discussions, like I said, we've had like a half a dozen meetings to get ready for this. We were told that the fee range would go from a low of 2,900 to a high of 4,900. So for my operation, I have a few acres of vegetables and 4 greenhouses, which is 6,000 square feet, which under the formula would put me at the high end. My farm would be almost $5,000 to certify.
And I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And that's in 26, 27 when it goes to zero.
That would be
Is
correct.
that's your connection?
That's my
The
understanding.
state takes away the money and then you have to absorb that 2,200 divided by
Right.
116 different farms.
Right. So I would say, one way to do that is either to say the state will make the farmer fees equal to what Vermont and Maine pay, or the state could adopt a sliding scale like Maine has. Maine just says if your farm grosses this much and it breaks it down into income brackets, you pay this much. So that way, the system that we have for right now, the acreage plus the greenhouses, was started decades ago. In fact, I was part of being on the advisory organic committee. Vicki Smith asked me and a couple other farmers to help her come up with a fee structure. So we looked at greenhouses and said, well, if you've got this many square feet, you're probably making this much money. So we actually came up with these numbers, and they made sense when it was a total of $300 for the year. But now when it's being asked to cover the entire cost, it doesn't make sense. There's no way a farm like mine could pay a $5,000 fee. So the basis of the system, acreage or square footage, should be changed to gross income on the farm.
Okay, I'm sorry. One
Last.
So under the current system, if it's $300, why are we changing that if the new system is going to cost $4,000?
We're changing that because the cost to the Department of Agriculture is exceeding the amount of money they're bringing in fees. The fees are too low right now. They were never adjusted for inflation. So they should have gone up, so they'd be getting more fee money. But even with that, they're saying that the cost of running the program would exceed even an inflationary increase. So in order to keep the program alive, they want the program to either be funded by you in its entirety or the farmers fund it. I'm saying we can't afford to fund it, so we need you to chip in and make it affordable.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was just more along, and thank you for taking my question. It was more along the same lines. I was just wanting to make sure that I understood that you were talking about the square footage model, and you're making the assumption that under rules, that's the way they're going to continue to account for the fees.
I don't know that it's been decided yet.
Okay.
But I was just saying I would advocate a gross income model. It's more equitable, and it would encourage young farmers. I mean, the key thing is we don't want to discourage young farmers who are getting into farming, who look at this and say, the floor is too expensive. There's no way I'll never even join the New Hampshire program. We have to make it so that they come in, and as their farm expands, their income will go up, their certification costs go up. But if the floor is too high, no young farmer will ever even join the program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you,
other
Representative Lane.
questions? Thank you very much for your testimony this morning. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Next, I would like to call Nikki Kolb. And you've requested 4.5 minutes to speak. If something has already been said, we would appreciate you not repeating it. Thank you.
I'm going to do my best. Thank you. All right. I have a copy of my testimony to share. This one. Okay. All right. Thank you for having me here. I should start that I'm the operations director at NOFA New Hampshire, and I'm representing NOFA New Hampshire. I'm going to read my testimony, which I'm going to modify a bit from just speaking with Representative Bixby. The Northeast Organic Farming Association of New Hampshire, NOFA New Hampshire, has been representing organic farmers, gardeners, and eaters in New Hampshire for over 50 years. In that time, the organization and its supporters have seen firsthand the vast development and adoption of the organic movement. In 2021, the U.S. organic food sector generated $52 billion, doubling its revenue from just a decade prior. Over the same period, U.S. organic cropland increased 79%. Farmers, eaters, and researchers agree organic agriculture benefits human and planetary health by growing healthy foods, increasing soil health, preventing water contamination, decreasing exposure to toxic chemicals, and helping mitigate climate change. Organic agriculture has also been proven to boost farm resiliency in the face of increasing extreme weather events, including drought and flooding, while improving water quality. As a core partner in the USDA's Transition to Organic Partnership program called TOP, aimed at increasing organic acreage across the country, NOFA New Hampshire has witnessed the increasing demand for organic certification services. A key component of the TOP program is mentorship. Over the last 6 months, NOFA New Hampshire has matched 15 farmers and food hubs interested in transitioning to organic with organic farmer mentors, all in just the first year of this program. That means 15 new farms will be eligible to become certified organic soon. It also indicates that New Hampshire farmers' interest in transitioning to organic is keeping pace with national trends, providing New Hampshire with an opportunity to actively grow our organic agriculture community, which benefits all farmers, consumers, and our state. The New Hampshire Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food has been supporting this growing sector of the agricultural economy in New Hampshire by serving as an accredited certifying agency, an ACA, for many years. And this program helps organic farmers be successful by providing verification for consumers that their agricultural products meet USDA organic standards. Results from a New Hampshire DAMF and NOFA New Hampshire survey, as well as numerous stakeholder meetings, consistently indicate that organic farmers want DAMF to continue as an organic certifier. Why? New Hampshire's organic farmers who utilize this service view it as the #1 way that New Hampshire DAMF supports their operations and supports them as farmers. Working with New Hampshire DAMF as an organic certifier provides New Hampshire's vital organic farms with a direct connection to our state's Department of Agriculture. Farmers currently certified by the department deeply value this connection. DAMP certification also provides farmers with a unified local organic brand that signifies to both farmers and consumers that New Hampshire values and invests in its organic farms. The organic certification program has been an investment in our state's organic farming community. Certification fees have remained static for so long that the program is no longer competitive with other certifying agencies. This is not the fault of the farmers. We understand that the fees would need to increase. However, I understand from speaking with Representative Bixby that the fees are actually not what this bill
is trying to advocate for. We are going to continue to advocate with the department for equitable fees for farmers on this program. We also understand, as Dave Trumbull was just saying as well, that if the fees increase significantly, farmers could likely switch to other certifying agencies. Commissioner Jasper has assured us that he values the organic farming community and wants to support organic farmers. And we hear that the department is underfunded and needs this funding. Representative Bixby has developed a solution with this bill that will increase the staffing required by New Hampshire DAMP to continue providing an organic certification program. And again, we are advocating for fees that will be reasonable and accessible for organic farmers so that this program is not cost prohibitive. Excuse me, I'm modifying this in my mind. New Hampshire's farmers work tirelessly to preserve our state's agricultural landscape and heritage and should be adequately supported. Again, through reasonable certification fees for farmers who've depended on and supported this program through the years, or by some other means. NOFA New Hampshire supports HB 1184 and the farmers who are calling on New Hampshire DAMP to continue supporting them now and into the future. Thank you. And thank you for your patience with my modification.
Question, Representative Morse.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I just wondered if you could tell me the total number of certified organic farms in New Hampshire and how many on average are yearly getting certified?
The total through the Department of Ag or?
Yes.
Okay, through the Department of Ag, there's currently 66 certified organic farms, and currently farmers can only be certified for crops. I'm sorry, it's hard to see you with this thing.
You said 66 in New Hampshire?
66 certified by the Department of Agriculture, yes. There are more than that certified by other ACAs.
Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. If a farmer can get certified in Vermont or Maine, is there a downside to that? And, I guess my question is, why do we need one in New Hampshire if there are other options? Are there any downsides to that?
My first response to that is that farmers have consistently stated that they specifically value this program as a direct connection to the Department of Agriculture, and they feel that it helps represent them at the state, and it is the number one way that they feel supported by the Department of Ag, the organic farmers who currently are certified. They can certify with other ACAs if they want, but they choose to certify with the Department of Ag because they value that service deeply. I hope that helps.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question and being here. My question is that the TOP program has a $100 million grant for the transitioning. Couldn't they use some of those funds to help these people get certified organically?
That's a great question. Thank you. The TOP program is not supposed to be valuing or putting emphasis on one ACA over another. So it does not pay for farmers to become certified. It's focused on mentorship, technical assistance, community building, workforce development, but not to pay farmers to become certified organic. It's more of an educational program.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in today on this snowy morning. And I'd like to now call Jim Riddle, who has
Thank
requested
you.
2 minutes to speak. And he wants to be
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jim Riddle, Hillsborough. I'm a retired organic farmer. I also worked as an organic inspector for 20 years. I served a 5-year term on the USDA's National Organic Standards Board. I currently serve on the Policy and Education Committee of NOFA, New Hampshire. I'm here speaking on my own behalf. And I'm here to support HB 1184, soil-based organic production of crops and livestock, builds soil health, sequesters carbon, fixes nitrogen in the soil, prevents soil erosion, protects water quality, recycles nutrients, and enhances biodiversity, all while producing safe, healthy, abundant, and tasty food. The organic market is growing. You see organic products everywhere. But more of those products need to be produced here in the Granite State. And the legislature should do all you can to support and promote organic production and certification in our state. This is an investment in our agriculture, environment, and food systems. And the farmers here in New Hampshire need a New Hampshire-based organic certification program that's fully funded, that's well-staffed and professional to provide certification services in the Granite State. Yes, farmers can go elsewhere, but if there's a strong, reliable certifier in the state, I see it as just part of the New Hampshire advantage. So I hope you can support this bill, make this investment, and get the professional staff that DAMF needs to continue offering certification services. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you, Representative Haskins.
Thank you.
Good
Madam
morning.
Chair. And thank you for testifying, Mr. Riddle. I wonder if you could help me understand a little better about the previous comment made about the connection to the department as being an asset of New Hampshire certification. Perhaps this is for the commissioner, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Representative, thank you for your question. Members of the committee. There's a certain identity that farmers have built in relation to their certification status. And it's a New Hampshire logo that they get to carry, in addition to the very familiar USDA organic seal that I think many farmers are quite attached to, their buyers look for, and it shows that, you know, a sense of pride that the product was produced and certified here in the Granite State. If they're certified by an out-of-state entity, they would no longer carry that logo. That logo would disappear from the marketplace. So I think that reason alone is has market value instead of carrying a logo from the state of Maine or the state of Vermont or Bay State in Massachusetts. So I think that is how I'd answer that question.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that, and maybe I didn't hear that, you sit on the board of NOFA New Hampshire?
No.
Okay.
I am on the Policy and Education Committee. I served on the National Organic Standards Board, so maybe that's where the two got.
Just follow up.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. My question is no for Vermont, no for MOFA. They all have their certified organic farmers in each of their respective states. Why does not no for New Hampshire do the same?
Yeah, and thank you, Representative, for your question. That's been, I think there was some background given earlier by a previous commentator that they did years ago, but the department offered to work in partnership and provide the professional service, and then NOFA New Hampshire could focus on education, farm field days, events, the winter conference, and delivering other services to the growers in the state. With the department, because they do other types of certification, it seemed like a natural role for them to fill.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very
Thank you.
much for speaking this morning. I'd like to call Lara Matthias. Good morning, and you've requested 1 minute to speak.
My name is Lara Matthias. I'm here representing Rosalie's Garden, the oldest certified organic farm in the state. It's vitally important to us to have this certification program and for it to continue to be affordable for farmers. We're lucky that we have been able to be certified since the farm was founded in the 80s, but not every farm has been so fortunate. Awareness of eating organically has grown over the years, and we've observed this firsthand in our own consumer base. The number of people who come in looking for specifically organic products and our own organic products has dramatically increased. The organic methods we use also benefit the health of our soil, water, and help mitigate the effects of climate change and water contamination in our community. It's vital to our farm and also our community to continue to be certified organic and held to the standards set by the New Hampshire Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food. We ask that you continue to make this program affordable and accessible to farmers across the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, appreciate it. I'd like to call now Representative Dan Wolf from Newbury, New Hampshire. You've requested 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam, excuse me, Madam Chairman and members of the Ag Committee. I'm going to speak a little bit and in response to some of the questions that were asked here, and I have another bill following this one. Organic gives consumers a choice. It's an important choice that they have, that they willingly make. Generally, organic is more expensive, but people want to know where their product is, what it contains, etc. And they choose New Hampshire over others because they know it's a fresher product and it's locally grown. I have had to go to the state of Maine to get my poultry certified, my eggs, because New Hampshire did away with it 2 years ago. And when I went into Spring Ledge to deliver my eggs the first time, and I had a state of Maine logo on it, the phone started ringing. And people asked, what's the matter? You can't get certified in New Hampshire? Are they stale eggs? What's the problem? So we need to have a connection to our own state, to our own agriculture. And yes, I'm paying more money in Maine. I'm paying $750 to certify egg production. But I was only paying $300 in New Hampshire. And that $300 has been fixed for the last 20 years. I've been a certified producer since 2000, so 24 years. And this program has existed since 1987. I'll speak further on 16, 18 down the road, but it's important, it's vitally important to keep it going and not send us packing down the road.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Dudley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. Why haven't the fees changed? Was it put in statute and has to change by statute, or can you elaborate?
I'm pausing because I don't want to say things that I shouldn't. When it was put in statute in 1987, the word was may have an organic program, not shall. And you'll see the next bill that I'm would have put it in statute as a shall program. And when Commissioner Steve Taylor started the program and worked with NOFA to take it off of NOFA's hands and have the state behind the program, I think there was a mistake made and it didn't say shall, it said may. And over the years, there has been no fee increase. I can bring you the checks that I wrote when my daughter was collecting eggs back in the year 2000, and we're paying the same amount of money. I may not be exact on that, but it hasn't changed drastically.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I just want to clarify, am I hearing you correctly that you, and maybe the inference wasn't there, but you seem to have alluded to the fact that with your Maine certification, people are assuming that your product is from the state of Maine?
That's one of the questions that I got asked. How come I had to change? Did I not pass New Hampshire certification and had to go out of state to get certified? I've been selling organic eggs, as I said, since the year 2000. And when they see a different logo, a sticker put on the box, people wonder.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
committee.
Representative. I'd like to now call, and I'm sorry I can't read the writing, it's Saul Van from Kearsarge Gore Farm. Or Sam Bauer there. You okay? I'll take that. Looks close enough.
Thank you. That's me.
Is that B-A-U-E-R?
Bower. I apologize for my scribbles. And I was scribbling furiously back here in the chair as well, because as a 7-day-a-week certified organic farm, this was my first opportunity to try to organize my thoughts. So please bear with me. My name is Sam Bauer, and I'm with Kearsarge Gore Farm. And my parents started the farm in 1981, and we've been certified through the state of New Hampshire for over 30 years. If we can remember to the beginning of the 2023 growing season, this was probably one of the hardest growing seasons on New Hampshire farms that we've seen in the past several decades. Now is not the time to be taking these services that the state provides away from the farmers. And it is also not the fault of certified organic farms in the state that the fee structure has not been addressed for the last almost 30 years. To take this program away from these farms on a very short notice, I think, is disingenuous for what New Hampshire farmers deserve and for what they need to survive. A little piece on that is we're very familiar with working with the state of New Hampshire. We know the faces of the certifiers. I have their phone numbers in my cell phone right now. They're very responsive. If I reach out, they get back. They help us to make sure that we go through the organic certification process in a way that gets everybody what they need and keeps our farms certified. And that it's another stressor on businesses and farms that we do not need right now after this struggle of a growing season, and looking forward to try to increase our profits and continue our business going in the years to come. The state, in my opinion, should be interested in pursuing programs that address our mounting societal issues. And farms, organic farms, are uniquely positioned to help us in a lot of these issues that we're struggling with today. The mental health crisis, the environmental crisis, the opioid epidemic, COVID-19 pandemic, affordable housing, healthcare, climate change, early childhood education, and attracting young people to stay and to move to the state of New Hampshire. Organic farms supply the ability to help. It is not a solution to all of these crises, but it lends a helping hand in all of these departments. Would we rather have people having mental health crisis on Concord Main Street or in the lettuce field down on the back 40 where they have friends and family around them? Organic farms are leading the way in climate improvement and contamination reduction strategies. And again, with all of these things, it was the first time the COVID-19 pandemic hit and everything shut down. It was the first time in my life I was told that I was an essential business and that people cared and they wanted me to bring my employees to work every day to make sure that the state food supply wasn't in danger. If you remember, the shelves at the Market Basket and the Hannafords were bare for a long time. And if things had gone a little bit worse, who knows where we could have been. And maybe we would have had to rely on New Hampshire farms more than we did. But I am glad that we were there to help those people who needed us when they did. I think that the state should actively help and not hinder businesses who are already currently on the forefront of many of these issues. A yes vote for this bill doesn't just show support for organic agriculture as a whole, but it shows committed support to its businesses, its land, its people, and its future. There is no education level, skill set, or professional career path that excludes you from working on and with New Hampshire certified organic farms. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Nope. Seeing none, thank you very much. Now ask Sarah Hansen to come and speak. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Hansen, and I've worked in New Hampshire organic agriculture for over 10 years as a farmer, a coordinator of a cooperative community-supported agriculture farm share, CSA Farm Share, and as a small retail business owner. With 10,000 acres in organic crops and almost 9,000 acres in organic pasture, New Hampshire has a vibrant organic food system that plays out everywhere from direct retail markets to our state's tourism website. Small farms, of which we have many, both in terms of typical average acreage and revenue earned, make up a large part of our state's perceived rural character. Providing funding for the organic certification program ensures that farms who provide the backdrop of agriculture for our state are receiving the funding and representation they require. Over the past decade of working on a small farm, the strongest connection I have made with our state government has been participating in our organic certification program. There was a question asked earlier about the difference between a NOFA certification and the state certification. And one of the biggest differences that I see, and Sam Bauer just alluded to this, was that the state provides certification right now. They do not provide, and they're not allowed to, as a certifier, provide education or community connections between farms. If I go and I'm getting certified and I say, oh, how do other farms do this? My certifier is not allowed to answer that question. That's a really big service that NOFA has separately been responsible for providing. So I see the two entities working in unison. I see the state, the organic certifier that comes to our farm every year, as my direct connection to this state house, and the values that I hold as an organic farmer are represented in the state by the department holding that certification for us. Our farmers deserve reasonable fees for organic certification and support from our state house in order to continue building a strong New Hampshire brand and identity for organic products. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. I now call Sarah Palmer. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Sarah Palmer. I own Open Woods Farm in Grafton, New Hampshire. Open Woods is a vegetable farm that receives organic certification through the New Hampshire Department of Agriculture, Food and Markets. Today I'm testifying on behalf of HB 1184. I'm a certified organic vegetable grower because as a consumer in the modern food world, navigating label designations like all natural or humanely raised, or sustainable. I value clearly defined certifications and real accountability over vague terms that are often intentionally misleading. You should ask me about how I grow your food. I'd love to tell you all about it. We can talk about cover cropping and compost use and highly erodible land for the next 2 hours. But beyond our long and overly detailed conversation, everything that I tell you about my growing practices is backed up by my USDA organic certification. Accountability. In the 10 years that I spent farming for other people, and in the 5 years that I've been farming as my own business, I have never experienced such a challenging season. Entering my 3rd season as certified organic by New Hampshire DAMP, I rely on the New Hampshire organic brand to build local markets, maintain customer relationships, and support the growth of the organic economy in our state. Losing organic certification at the state level would be the final blow in a season of deep freeze, devastating rain, and relentless wind. Losing organic certification at the state level would be another instance of wavering support for agriculture in New Hampshire from our state government, and it's a mistake. We shouldn't be politicizing the food that we eat. Agriculture in New Hampshire could once again be a thriving economy that supports the resiliency, health, and financial well-being of our local communities. You've heard from others about the history of organic certification. You've heard about the growing economy of organics nationally, but this is New Hampshire. Beyond national data from the USDA, what do the numbers look like here in our state? Here are some numbers from my own community. 62% of my total organic produce sales come from the Canaan Farmers and Artisans Market, serving the rural Mascoma Valley region. In 2019, this market had an average of 8 vendors per week, with almost no produce or other agricultural products. Over the 19 weeks of market, total vendor sales were $25,000. That's it. I began vending at the Canaan Market in 2020. Through outreach, marketing, and high-quality vegetables, I was able to create a local following, which brought more of the community out to the farmers market for weekly shopping. In 2020, there were an average of 16 vendors per week, and over 19 weeks of market, total vendor sales increased to $67,000. Yeah, that was 2020. You're probably thinking that the boost in sales and vendors was directly related to the pandemic. Let's jump ahead and take a look at the 2023 season, one of the rainiest seasons in recent memory. Not great for an outdoor farmers market, right? In 2023, the Canaan Farmers Market had an average of 25 vendors per week. And over the 19 weeks of market, total vendor sales were $157,000. Even on July 16th, with tornado warnings, vendor sales totaled over $10,000 for the day. This market went from $25,000 in total vendor sales in 2019 to $157,000 in total vendor sales in 2023. That small but important boost to the economy of the Mascoma Valley region began with a tiny organic vegetable farm supported by organic certification services through New Hampshire DAMP. By preserving organic certification in New Hampshire, by preserving a New Hampshire brand, we are making a commitment to our local economies. We are making a commitment to our local food choices. We are making a smart commitment to organic growers and consumers in our rapidly expanding food sector. We are making a commitment to accountability within our national food system, and we are making a commitment to the future of agriculture in New Hampshire. That's got to be good for all of us.
Thank you. Representative Morse.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I really appreciate you highlighting the economic value of the organic farm. I'm just wondering also, do you know what is the next closest place that people in this region can get organic vegetables?
Organic vegetables, it would be Lebanon, which is about, depending where you are in the region, a 30-minute or 45-minute drive. In the other direction, I'm not sure. Warner, Concord.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have a question. I mean, I've heard several people come and talk about the importance, and we can't underscore the importance of organic farming in the state. Insofar as the availability for a program to certify organic farms in New Hampshire, do you believe the organic farming community is willing to support with fees, the program, any program that would be run by Department of Agriculture in New Hampshire?
Absolutely. I am a more recently certified farm. I went through the process in very recent memory. You actually can't be certified by Vermont in the state of New Hampshire. They don't have certification services here. I can be certified by MAFCA, which is Maine. I looked at their program. They offer way more services to me as a farmer, and it's more expensive. I would have been very happy to pay those fees. I am only paying $150 right now. That is not why I decided to certify with the state of New Hampshire. I want to certify with the state of New Hampshire because it's my home and it's where I live, and I feel like we need more investment in agriculture in general in our state.
So just as a follow-up, so if those fees were raised in order for you to support that program, would you be okay with that?
Absolutely, and I would be willing to pay what other certifying agencies ask. I can't pay $5,000.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have one last pink card.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you coming in this weather to speak with us today. One last card is from Commissioner Sean Jasper and Alan Wyman from our Department of Agriculture, Market and Food.
Director Wyman has a handout he'll be passing out.
Thank you, and good morning. Thank you for coming to speak with us.
Thank you and good morning. I will be primarily testifying. Director Wyman's here to back cleanup if necessary and also to provide any other information. Unfortunately, or just for the record, I am Sean Jasper, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food, taking no position on the bill. We are happy to do whatever the legislature wants us to do, providing we are given adequate personnel to do that. Unfortunately, though, I think this hearing has become largely about organic farming and support thereof, rather than what the bill is about, which is providing us funding. We should all support, in my opinion, organic farming, and I do not believe that organic farming will be negatively affected if this bill does not pass, nor do I believe it will be positively affected if it does. This is simply about who is going to do the inspections. You need to know that currently we are inspecting 66 farms that are doing crops, but there are 47 other organic farms who are being certified by 8 other private agencies. So, that's only a difference of 19. We've talked about supporting farms, and again, I think everything needs to be put into perspective. According to the USDA, there are over 4,000 farms in New Hampshire. Whether you believe that or not, we're still talking about thousands of people actively farming. And so this is 66 out of those thousands. So we certainly think they're important. The question is a matter of resources. You also, I think, should know that besides New Hampshire, out of the other 49 states, there are only 12 states who are doing any organic certifications on the state level. We have been working with NOFA New Hampshire since late summer, talking about this possibility and what are the options to have certification. Now, we know that it is important to farmers, perhaps to consumers as well, to know that the product is being grown and perhaps even certified in New Hampshire. However, even if Maine is doing this certification, these organic farms do have the option of being part of our New Hampshire Seal of Quality program. And so that could be part of the labeling. There's also nothing that would prevent them to putting on their packaging or their sign something saying New Hampshire grown. So just again, trying to put this into perspective. There was a mention about fees. Yes, we do need to increase the fees. No, we would have no intention of bringing them up to the total cost. We provided in the handout what that would cost, and the average ends up being $3,300 a farm. As you can also see in the handout, currently how many programs we have and what are optional and what are mandatory. Because organic is an either you're in or you're out proposition, we have not been doing justice to the programs that we are mandated to do. That is a great concern to me, and so that is why we are striving to this point to try to get the proper funding and personnel. Now, this isn't just about the funding for us. It's about being able to guarantee to those farms we certified that we will be able to do that. You heard a little bit about what happened when we withdrew from the animal and processing part of organic inspection. That was really not a voluntary situation for us. It was that we had lost certified people. We're not able to do that. And we gave people a path forward with time, and we continued to do certifications for people until they could get somebody else to do it. But the problem is that there is just too many requirements. It takes about 18 months to certify somebody. And currently we have 2 fully certified people with 1 other who is almost there and is doing inspections, but not fully certified. So looking at what would happen if we lost 2 of those people, and let me tell you, the organic inspector that we lost before was part of what led to the crisis that we're in. That person went to another certifier. So, you know, it's very much like what we're seeing in many other things. The state trains somebody and then they move on. And so if we lost 2 people, we would be done. We'd have just a hard stop and everybody would be scrambling to find another certifier. So in order to recognize how much time we're spending, and you see that the director's spending about 41% of his time on this voluntary program and about, I don't know, it's 45 to 31. Oh, thank you, Director. That's a lot of time. And again, what happens if we lose 1, 2 people? How do we do this? This would give us that buffer. I would anticipate, and my hope is that everybody who works in the inspectional field would be organic certified, but this gives us that additional funding so that then we can also do the many other programs that we are supposed to do and not doing well. So I need to let you know that I've had, since I've become commissioner, the Agricultural Advisory Committee has given me one piece of advice, and that is they only support the continuation of this program at 100% self-sufficiency. Now that puts me in a problem because that's not possible. We could not have fees that would support this program. We've given you the example of what it would take within the handout, but that is something nobody would support. We've also then structured the fees, proposed changes to match Maine, and that's based on acreage again. But the survey that we got from NOFA New Hampshire leads us to the point where we believe that we would lose many of the people we're currently certifying even at that level based on their survey, and so that ultimately we'd go from 15,000 to perhaps the low 30s, worst case scenario. There is, through the USDA, a program where organic growers are reimbursed for these fees up to 75% or $750, whichever is greater. So $750 is the maximum that they can receive in reimbursement. So it's really not a great situation as we're looking this, and I'm trying to look to see what my advisory committee has told me. I'm going against the advice of my advisory committee by not proposing fees that would fully cover the program. So again, people, I think I did say that we could provide seal of quality, which would let people know that it was a New Hampshire product. So there are other ways. This is not about not supporting it. This is your choice. We will do what you provide us the funding to do, but you need to go into this with your eyes wide open, have the information you need, and that's what I'm trying to provide. But I cannot continue to do this to provide these services if we do not have the funding. Whatever happens with this bill, we will continue to provide those services through the 24 growing season at the expense of the other programs, but without the funding, it will have to stop at the end of the 24 growing season. And so with that, I'd be glad to answer questions.
Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm just trying to connect the dots. So I believe that you said that these two people will be a buffer in addition to what you currently have.
Correct. So we have 3 full-time people who are engaging in this. This would give us a 4th, and it would give us then a 5th part-time person, hopefully, because we looked at the hours. We didn't get greedy and say, oh, well, it's a little over a person and a half. We'll ask for 2. We asked for what it takes to provide the program now. And so this will give us that. It would give us the buffer that if a couple people left, again, we would have to not do other things for a while, but we would always have enough people to run this program unless everybody left at once. And obviously that's not something we can ever plan for.
Follow up.
Okay, so you get 4.5 folks, but you just testified that the program goes away if you don't get this other 1.5.
Correct.
And so but you're currently funded for the 3 people. That's currently in the
Well,
budget.
no, that is for the whole inspectional division. You see on the sheets all that we're supposed to be doing. The organic program, and you know, we've talked about 1987. The requirements of the program were not the same in 1987 as they were today. They continue to grow and continue to grow, and the federal government would actually like states to be out of this process altogether. So what I'm saying is we are not currently doing what the legislature has mandated us to do, because if we're in this program at all, we can't do a partial job. We have to do a full job. So I'm saying I'm unwilling to continue to do a May program at the expense of many shell programs. And the only way that I can fix that is to have the additional staffing.
Okay, I got it. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Representative Coulon.
Thanks for taking my question. Yeah, I'm curious why we can't contract out some of these positions, because from my vantage point, it seems like we're investing in training someone and they're leaving to go to a private certifier. So wouldn't it be smarter to just contract with the private person and just say it's through New Hampshire? I'm sure there's complications to
The
it,
NOP does not allow us to contract, if I'm recalling our discussions correctly.
That I can't tell you it'd be more expensive.
And we don't have the funding. So where would we get this funding from? I mean, if they allowed it, okay, perhaps, but still, who would we contract with? And how, because I think we'd have to go to another certifying agency, and they couldn't contract with us. We've had the discussions, but regardless, there's no no funding to do this.
I just add to that, there's no funding, it would cost more. There is no funding at the moment. It would cost more, and I've made an attempt to try to pull people back with the recent increase in state employment. We got a 10% raise and all that, and I can't pull people back. So, it's a great thought, but to actually put that in, implement that, it doesn't seem realistic from what I've been, trying to accomplish.
Representative Morse.
Thank you. Are you confident that if you were to get the funding that you'd be able to retain employees?
No, this is not about retention. This is about making sure that the pool is large enough that I would not likely lose enough people at the same time. And there's always a danger here because, again, it's about an 18-month program. But this is what we've been, tasked with doing. There are no guarantees. This just gives me a large enough pool that we should be able to maintain the program and at the same time be able to do the things that the legislature has said we shall do.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you for taking my question. So how long have you been operating in your current status without having this expanded need?
I'm not sure I totally understand the question. Let me try to answer it and see if I get. So when I became commissioner, the former commissioner told me that we were in triage mode with everything. And I soon found that out to be very true. So I have been trying to figure out what our needs are within the department. And it has been a couple of years since I got a hold of, the pandemic interfered with everything. But then the director left, and on the way out, she said, you have to do away with animal and processing. And then we really began to dig into this with a new director coming on board months later, and we've been looking at this. So for years and years and years, we have not been doing a lot of the things that we've been required to do. Some of them we've gotten back on board to a small degree, but the feed testing, the fertilizer testing, all those things, we're just doing a snippet of what we should be doing.
Follow up.
So you're saying you're doing a snippet of what's mandatory, and then you're doing, another snippet of what's non-mandatory.
Well, no, when it comes to the non-mandatory on the organic, you're all in or all out. So we have to do 100% of that. Then seal of quality and the other program, the seal of quality, what was the other one, Alan?
There's good agricultural
Yeah,
practices,
GAP.
country of origin labeling.
Yeah, so we don't do much with country of origin. Good agricultural practices, again, that's another one that you're really in or out because that requires a certification. That program is self-sufficient. That program, there are fees in that, and that pays for itself. And then the seal of quality is a smaller program, doesn't take a huge amount of time.
One more.
One last.
Sorry. So then my other question has to do with why was the last financial audit done in 2017? Why hasn't there been one since?
Because from what I know, bigger agencies may be audited more often. We are on a 10-year schedule. So the next audit is scheduled as I'm walking out the door, and we'll provide the next commissioner with some guidance.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Seal of Quality program, if you were to discontinue the organic program, would you be able to apply that Seal of Quality program to those organic farms?
My understanding, and Director Wyman can correct me if I'm wrong, any farm, regardless of whether they're organic or non-organic, can be part of the Seal of Quality program. So they would have that New Hampshire seal on their product.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question is around just the frequency with which the fee structure might be revisited in the future. Do you have a preference for how that would be looked at, seen as what we're looking at right now? It looks like there are some rather large adjustments that we're looking at. So if you could speak to that?
Certainly. The previous director, that was really under her bailiwick, and during my first few years, she never came forward with that. Really wasn't something that was on my radar because there were so many issues. For instance, when I came in, we had 38 authorized full-time positions, and we only had 32 of those positions filled. And so began looking at databases, and pet vending, as you all know, has been the bane of my existence and continues to be. And so this was something that nobody brought to my attention. And frankly, I think, as most of you know, the legislature is very reluctant to give authority to a department to increase fees. Most of those are found in statute. And so I wasn't even actually aware, because we weren't looking at that, this was something we had the ability, excuse me, to go to JALCAR through the rules to increase the fees.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your
Thank you.
testimony.
I apologize. I've been sitting back there without anything to drink, and my voice has gotten very dry. And
May
so
I have the blue
I don't have a
sheet
cold.
for-
I'm just running
There's a-
out of ability to speak.
I need the blue sheet for this bill. 1184. Online, the online testimony submissions were 62 in support and 2 in opposition.
60.
And, yeah. Two. And on the blue sheet, we have one person in favor of the bill. That was Representative Wolf. With that, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1184. And I will now open up the hearing for HB 1618, mandating a cooperative agreement with USDA for organic certification. And I'd like to call the sponsor of the bill to introduce it, Representative Dan Wolf. I have several people here also who submitted pink cards who have already spoken. And I would advise them, if they have if they're going to speak specifically to the bill, and not reiterate what they have already spoken about. In the interest of time, we're already very running late. So go ahead. Thank you again, Representative Wolf, for joining us.
Turn that on and then you can hear me. These two bills are somewhat intertwined. They're asking, my bill that you're discussing now reflects what was done back in 1987. And I've talked to former Commissioner Lorraine Miller and Steve up in Lebanon. This was an inattentant error in the language of the bill, where I am deleting the word may and inserting shall. Both Steve Taylor and Lorraine Merrill said that they expected this program to be continuing. It wasn't a choice whether it could be dropped. It has been dropped. 3 of the 4 scopes have now been dropped. So the only thing that is being certified presently is crops. It's better than nothing. I also certify my hay. You cannot have a hard stop. The state did this 2 years ago when they gave up handlers and processors. Egg producers are called handlers because they put it in a box. We were given less than 6 weeks to find another certifier. I think that the legislature should be directing the Department of Agriculture to continue a program that has been running for 35 years. You cannot just give it up and let the farmers go away. Also, just as an aside, it is difficult to comply with USDA, NOP, etc. And I sympathize with Director Wyman and Commissioner Jasper having to put up with the federal rules. We talk about a little certificate that says seal of quality. It's great. I'd love to put it on my egg things, but you cannot put it on an egg carton under NOP rules. If I'm certified as I am under MOFGA, Maine Organic Farmers Association, I cannot put anything other than the Maine seal on my thing. So what I am asking very simply, and I totally don't believe that it is right to have the fiscal note because we've got a program going. And that fiscal note should not be as part of this bill. It's asking to continue what we have been doing for 37 years, almost 38 years. It's a very simple request to change may to shall.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Bixby.
So, so the bill as it is written, by just changing that may to a shall, would require that all 4 scopes be covered.
I don't believe that at all.
Okay. So, if in the process of reading the bill and getting advice from lawyers, et cetera, we find that by putting the shall there, it would require that all 4 scopes be covered. Would you be amenable to an amendment that would just make it go to crops?
I would be, and Commissioner Jasper and I discussed it. I have prepared that amendment, if that is the committee's wish, to go to that, because some sort of organic certification is better than none. And Commissioner Jasper provided me with an amendment, but I'm not prepared to deliver it now unless that's where the committee's choice is.
Okay, so we're going to be having a this is an informational, we're going to be having a work session on all of our bills on the 31st. So maybe you could provide that to us so that we could include that in our deliberations. Thank you.
The 31st will be a work session? Thank you. I think that would be the time to present it.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Appreciate it. Representative Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you.
I'd like to call now Joyce Ford, who's requested 2.5 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry.
His primary testifier didn't show up either. So he was more than happy with that.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Joyce Ford from Hillsborough, New Hampshire. I'm just going to kind of summarize some of what I've written in there because we've heard some of it before about the 4 scopes that this bill would mandate, which would be crops, wild crops, livestock, and processing handling. And each of these scopes require that the personnel inspecting and reviewing those files would be trained for those particular scopes. And as we've heard, in October 2021, the New Hampshire Department of Agriculture, DAMF, stopped their organic certification for 3 of those scopes for wild crops, livestock, and processing handling. And all of these operations certified for these scopes had to get certified by another ACA within 60 days. I heard Representative Dan Wolf say he had to do it within 6 weeks. And the department was mandated also by law, by federal law, to assist those certifying operations to get certified by another ACA. This is not an easy task. The application process is lengthy, and new on-site inspections had to be done. Inspections are mandated in the federal law for annual inspection. I heard Commissioner Jasper state that it's an 18-month process. This is really a 12-month process. But anyway, to have that transferred to another certifier during that short period of time was a big hardship on these farms. New Hampshire organic farms often grow crops. They raise livestock for meat, eggs, or dairy products and have an on-farm processing operation to give added value to their organic products. I've already, in my 3 years of living here in New Hampshire, have already visited several farms, certified organic farms that I buy product from, and they have all these types of scopes that they need to get certified by. For an example, an organic farm that's growing vegetables and raising meat chickens and processing those chickens, they have to have certification for all 3 of those scopes, crops, livestock, and processing. And they pay the certification fees for all 3 of these scopes. So by discontinuing these 3 scopes, the department has decreased their fee income to fund this program considerably over the last couple of years. I would also state that I've been kind of involved in this with NOFA New Hampshire over the last year. And the NOP operates an organic integrity database that lists all the organic farmers. And this summer, when I was reviewing it, there was about 132 farms that were certified organic in the state of New Hampshire, but not necessarily by DAMF. Consequently, in 2023, we have now seen the number of certified operators dramatically decrease to less than 70. And so discontinuation of those 3 scopes is partially responsible for the program's funding problems. So for that reason, I feel like if the department had a full program with all 4 scopes, I support this bill that would reinstate accreditation for their organic certification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
And I am a retired certified organic farmer too.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, appreciate you speaking on that bill. And now I am asking Jim Riddle to come and speak for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Jim Riddle, Hillsborough. And yes, I'm speaking in support of the bill as written. And my understanding is it would restore all 4 scopes. And that would make DAMF a full service certification program. And as was previously mentioned, many organic farms operate more than just crops. They operate some livestock in addition, or possibly on-farm processing. And the discontinuation of those scopes has created upheaval for those farms, additional costs, additional paperwork, and really damage the long-term viability of DAMF's organic certification program. And it's really important when you're engaged in organic agriculture that you're not just operating alone. You need essential services, whether it's butchering or dairy processing, cheese making, seed cleaning, flour milling, etc. And the more services that DAMF can provide, the stronger position they'll be and the better they can meet the needs of not just the organic farming community, but all of the citizens of the state of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I now ask Ms. Kolb to come and speak again for 1 minute.
Thank you again for this opportunity. And my name's Nikki Kolb. I'm the operations director at NOFA New Hampshire. We heard already about the impact of the scopes that were dropped in 2021 and the impact on farmers and the organic certification program, as well as organic and the agricultural economic opportunity of organic in the state and nation. So I won't go over that again. Today, the Department of Agricultural Markets and Food is facing the possible end of its organic certification program altogether, which we have been previously discussing. Representative Wolf's bill, if passed, ensures that the department would be able to continue to serve as an organic certifier for crops now and into the future, and could regain all scopes of organic certification pending approval by the USDA. NOFA New Hampshire supports farmers who want New Hampshire DAMF to continue as an organic certifier for crops and other organic certification scopes. And NOFA New Hampshire also sees that New Hampshire organic farming community is growing. If passed, HB 1618 would signify to farmers and eaters that the state is willing to invest in the agricultural sector long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Representative Bixby.
So one thing that I'm uncertain of is whether if we passed the bill with the shall language in it, and that required all 4 scopes to be handled by the department, but the department was only certified to handle crops by the USDA, would that create a difficult legal conflict between the federal government and the state government?
I think that the department would need to seek to extend their cooperative agreement for those other scopes, and that they'd have to be in conversation with USDA about it. They previously decoupled and took those scopes away. I can't speak specifically to the legal question that you asked, but certainly they would need to work with the USDA to add the scopes back with the cooperative agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I ask David Trumbull to come and testify.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. David Trumbull again. I won't repeat previous testimony, but I do want to address 3 things that have been raised. First is the question of, can we outsource this without it affecting New Hampshire's organic farmers? And I got the impression that that's what the commissioner said, was that whether you do or don't have organic certification, it won't help or hurt. And I just don't agree with that. I feel strongly, as I told you about the history of this bill, it was the Department of Agriculture's strong commitment and support that saw this program grow from 8 farms in the first year to almost 200. And we know now that there's still 132, about half certified in-state and half certified out-of-state. The department's role is essential to organic farmers. You heard organic farmers testify. It's the #1 way in which they relate with the state government. To just say it can be outsourced and it doesn't matter, to me, is just not quite the reality of how it's seen from the farmer's point of view. The second thing is the commissioner said, well, there's only 66. It's really 132 out of the 4,000 farms. But how many dairy farms are there in this state? When I was young, before I started my own business, I worked on dairy farms, and there was about 300 in the state. And they started dropping and dropping and dropping. Every time we lose one, it's a catastrophe for the state of New Hampshire. And I think there's only a little bit over 100 left now. So that's about the same number of organic farms in the state. Every single farm matters and counts. And to say there's only 132 organic farms in the state and it's not a significant number, I don't agree with that. It's an important number and it's growing. You heard about the TOP program. We have 15 mentor-mentee relationships. I'm working with a young farmer down in the southern part of the state. There will be more organic farmers coming, and they'll be selling directly to the consumer. We should do everything we can to promote those farmers, not tell them that they're insignificant. And then the last thing is the question about the fees. Even if it's an average of $3,300, that's at least 4 times higher than the other states are finding it to cost for this program. So I don't understand why it costs so much for New Hampshire to certify when Maine can do it for so much less. But again, I go back to my original point. If you put this all on the farmers, there will be nobody left in the program in 2 or 3 years. It'll be not eliminated legislatively, but through fees, it won't exist. So I urge you to turn it from may to shall, have the government do it, but make sure that you also keep the funding high enough so that the farmers can participate in the program. Thank you.
So I have a question for you.
Yes, Madam Chairman.
So then you believe that, excuse me, you believe that the farmers would be unable themselves to sustain this program by the fees alone?
Yes, the paper that just went
And-
around to you, Mr. Wyman showed me a copy of it. My farm's fee would go up to $6,200 under that program. If I could do it for $1,400 in Maine, it would make no sense. I don't make enough money to pay extra $5,000 for the same service. And I certainly wouldn't counsel my young mentee farmer to sign up for New Hampshire because it would be he wouldn't be able to do it either. The program would vanish.
So then, as a follow-up, then you believe that the whole of New Hampshire taxpayers should subsidize this program for the organic farmers in the state?
That's a great question. It's not subsidizing it for the organic farmers. The organic farmers do what they do every day as workers who benefit the state. This organic farming is environmentally friendly farming. We strengthen the economy. As I said earlier, it's at least $10 million, probably at least 1,000 workers, tens of thousands of acres. It's not you're subsidizing the farmer. The farmer is doing work that benefits the community. And in reality, that fee benefits to the community. And look at every other program the Department of Agriculture runs. If we can outsource anything and it doesn't matter, then why don't we apply that same analysis to every program the department does? I mean, I don't see why the organic farmer is particularly said, well, you can outsource it, you don't count.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. It has to do with this question about how we define this outlay of funds, right? Whether it's a subsidy or the term I believe you used in testimony in the previous bill was an investment. And I wonder if you could speak to the ways in which that's what this is, right? I mean, we're talking about when we experienced the example of not having food on the shelves in our supermarkets, for example, during the COVID pandemic, right? Part of that is because of supply chains, because we're relying upon food brought from great distances and grown elsewhere. So that seems to me an obvious example of where this is an investment on food security in New Hampshire. But could you speak to the ways in which this outlay of state funds is an investment that benefits the entire state?
Thank you, Representative Germana. So you just indicated it's food on the shelves. It's employees, people who work on the farms. Every time you spend $1 locally, you get a 3 times multiplier at least. So you support a local organic farm. That farm is hiring local people. They're buying local. That money stays in the economy. If that farm doesn't exist, all that money is going to a grocery store that's buying something from out of state. The environment is important. I have never felt like we want to turn this into organic versus conventional farmers. From day one, I felt like that was the wrong approach for organic. So I don't want to go there, but I just want to say that organic farmers' practices by rule have to be environmentally friendly. So that's another benefit that applies. And then lastly, the organic farmers, I feel, have been, because we can't use herbicides, we've had to come up with different ways to deal with the problems that every other farmer faces. So when I started, the way you controlled weeds was with your tractor with sweeps and shovels. You drove over the crops with your tractor and you kind of killed the weeds. But organic farmers came up with all these really creative ways to deal with all these different types of cultivators, including flame weeding and spider weeders. And that got adopted by farmers who are not organic. And now the young farmers have said, well, you know what? I've seen tarps being used on home gardens. Let's expand that. So they're using these giant 100 by 200 foot tarps, putting them out on the field for 3 or 4 weeks. It kills, the weeds germinate, they die. They don't go in and plow and harrow. They plant right into it because anything that was germinatable is below that surface level. That gives them a head start. If you're spraying herbicides, you got a 3-month head start on the weeds, you can grow a crop. So organic farmers are working in all different kinds of ways. They're a benefit to the state. I just think we should be treated like all the other farmers. It started as a small little thing, but they worked and worked and worked to get a seat at the big table. And I think we should keep our seat at the big table.
Thank you. Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Call Tim Mee. It's MEEH.
That's right, you got it right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. I'm just going to speak about our farm.
Is this in relation to this bill?
Yes, in relation to Bill
Okay.
1816,
Because
1618.
we need to speak about whether or not we want to make this from a may to shall in the language of the current statute. So can you
I'm
let
in
your
favor of doing that.
okay,
So I just have a quick statement to read.
sure.
So here at North Family Farm in Canterbury, we became certified organic by the state of New Hampshire in 2005. We worked with Vicki Smith and Janice Connor through the program, though the program was relatively new to the state. The inspectors did good work on the ground level and helped the producers they were inspecting. Through their committed work, we as farmers felt supported, not only by the inspectors, but by the state. With the pressures on farmland for development, we need the state to continue to support and promote the threatened farming economy in New Hampshire. Keeping organic certification within New Hampshire sends the message to our maple syrup customers in United States and the European Union. We do export to European Union. That the state wants organic food production to continue. New Hampshire has a reputation for honoring its roots, maintaining its agricultural integrity. Please help us not lose that reputation. We organic farmers need affordable organic certification program within the state, and I want to stress affordable. Every label on thousands of our bottles of maple syrup that we sell each year states that we are certified organic by the state of New Hampshire. That sends a message that New Hampshire cares about the quality of its agriculture products. We have our syrup jugs printed with our own private label. Each label states that we are certified organic by the state of New Hampshire. The pandemic supply chain disruptions are not over yet. It has taken 18 months for the jug company to fill our orders of the custom printed jugs. So we have to order for a year and a half ahead on our jugs. If New Hampshire stops certifying our organic maple syrup, what are we going to do with thousands of dollars of jugs with obsolete labels? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, I'd like to call Robert Johnson from New Hampshire Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Rob Johnson representing Farm Bureau. And we oppose the bill as the language just striking may to shall. Our policy is to support a self-sustaining, self-operating program. But, and there's a big but with that, is that this is a program that is very important to a number of our farmers, as you've heard. It's central to the way they farm. And with, as you all have previous testimony, you've heard there's a hard stop to the program a few years back. And we think the program needs a real chance. And given that, it can become self-supporting. What we'd ask is that you do fund the program as the previous bill provided, but sunset it. Give it 3 years. Open it up so that it's certifying all categories. The farmers are going to have to realize with that there's going to be a fee increase, so that it's on par with MOFGA and Bay State and Vermont, NOFA. Those are bordering states. And I think the community needs to get on board and go to those that are currently out of state, being certified from out of state, and say, if we are going to maintain a program in New Hampshire, you need to come back, or you need to come to New Hampshire. But all that needs time. So I think if you and the legislature as a whole, if you decide to do that, it will give it again, because of the hard stop and what they've been through, it gives it a chance. And we think in that way it is important enough. And I think it's important enough not just to our farmers, but to the state as a whole. And in closing, I do want to say is that our policy for supporting a self-supporting and self-sustaining program is like the commissioner said. There are a number of things that the department currently isn't able to do because of all their responsibilities. And the commissioner touched on fertilizer testing. That's something that has been a big one for our folks. We just met the other day with him, and you'll be hearing more about it as relative to farmers markets and how they are not being policed as they're needed, because again, the agency just doesn't have the resources. So again, in closing, please provide the funding, sunset it, give the program a chance. And I'll close with that. And always thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you. Representative Creighton.
Sorry, I lost you. You said you opposed the bill. Does that mean that you oppose the bill?
We oppose the change in the language but we would ask that you provide the funding to sunset it for a period of, let's say, call it 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
Then the other, excuse me if I may, Madam Chair, the other thing that I intended to mention also, I think what we're like right now, the way the word it's worded, such that it's a May program with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and there's no consideration there, as has been previously mentioned, to contract out or work with somebody else, and we'd eventually at some point like to see that piece changed. And I know what the director said, but that's the first I've heard of it, that there doesn't seem the feds do not approve of contracting, and I guess I'd like a little more information on that.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? Oh, Representative Bixby.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm a little bit confused about what you're talking about sunsetting. Would that be part of 1618 or a part of 1184?
We've about to merge them both. Just sunset. I'm talking about the program in general. It's hard to separate with these bills as to they're all so very similar. But it would be the program in general. The hope would be that after that period, it would be funded, and if it's bringing in adequate funds, then the department would be able to continue it.
Mm.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative Howard.
So just a point of clarification. So if you're saying subsidize it until it sunsets, and then don't replace it with anything, or
Correct.
and
If
the
it's
state goes out of the business of certified.
at least it would give the program a chance. So again, that was like the sponsor said, there was a hard stop a couple of years back that was real challenging, difficult, and not fair to the participants in the program. And at least this allows them some time for fees to be increased, going to a full program, and then allowing them to get, like I said, to get out into the organic community and say, look, you folks that are in New Hampshire that are participating out of state, well, if we're going to have a self-sustaining program in New Hampshire, we need you. And I don't think that's been attempted.
Okay, Representative Boschman.
Thank you. And
To get used to that.
yeah, this is my first time speaking in committee, so let me know if I'm doing it
No,
right.
congratulations, you're doing fine.
Okay, thank you. So my question, and if you're not the right person, I apologize, but previous speaker mentioned something about the non-organic farms, and I'm wondering if there's anyone who knows in this state what kind of subsidies or support, financial support, the non-organic farmers are getting.
I think for the most part, both get the same. When you're speaking specifically organic, yeah, there are a few things that they are eligible for relative to their certification costs and that type of thing. There's some cost share with the USDA, but for the most part, I would say that both, whether you're organic or non, you're getting the same availability of programming, whether it be state or federal.
So follow up.
Follow up, sure.
So then the non-organic farms aren't getting any other kind of additional funding in any way or any other kind of additional support?
For what?
Anything really? Just wondering if there are
We're
other
not-
places that
not
the
getting
non.
anything any different than an organic farmer would be getting.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe to clarify a little bit, maybe it's more to the root of what you're asking, is that the organic program is a marketing program that's not mandatory.
Right.
So that's the difference why some would say that why is the Department of Agriculture doing it, and was a choice that was made, by the department years ago to become a certifier. I know I'm not answering
To
the
clarify,
question.
it's more than marketing though, right? I mean, it's different practices in
Oh, the
it's different
program is different
farming
practices, but as far as I think from a state point, it's a marketing program. That's what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. So I'm wondering if instead of sunsetting the program and facing the possibility that there's a cliff then that we fall off, it seems to me there's a lot of discussion today that this isn't the right fee structure to begin with. So I'm wondering why it wouldn't make more sense rather than sunsetting and facing the possibility of a cliff. We look at a 3-year period and we talk about how to restructure the fee structure so that if the program is more successful and fees are increasing on the part of our organic farmers, it's also decreasing the amount that the state is contributing, but the state is still continuing to invest money. So why is that not a preferable solution to revisit the fee structure?
Well, I think I mentioned that it certainly does need to
Yeah.
be. And Commissioner can correct me, but I think the numbers he provided you when I walked in just as this hearing was starting pretty much, that number was $6,000 per farmer as it would currently. That's basically just the current participants based on what he anticipates the cost to be. That's not without anybody. I don't know if that's really inaccurate. I know what he was getting at, but it's not. There'll be more participation if it's a full program. It's not just crops and that type of thing. It's one, and I guess I wouldn't agree that it's a cliff. Probably a cliff was, though like the commissioner said, the department did find sponsors, but it was a very quick turnaround. If it's known ahead of time that it's sunsetting, I think that puts everybody's feet to the fire, and in 3 years or 5 years or whatever you determine to be. Right, it's got to be a point where the program becomes self-sustaining, and that's our policy. That's what our members have voted.
Representative
Okay,
Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Are all of the farming programs self-sustaining at this point, or is it a goal for them all to be?
No, they're not. But again, we're looking at this as it's a marketing program. It's optional. As a farmer, I can go to Maine, I can go to Vermont, I can go to Massachusetts to a certifier.
I understand, but it sounds like we're hearing that it's very important to the organic farmers that they are certified in New Hampshire. And so I'm just wondering if it's really more than a marketing tool for them because of the practices that they're using, then why would we want them to be self-sustaining when other farmers are not required to be?
I would disagree with or other farmers are not required to be. I don't understand that. I mean, the other duties of the agency are, relative to animal health and welfare, which, relative to more consumer protection, making sure when I purchase a product, I'm getting what I paid for, whether it be oil, fertilizer, that type of thing. Ensuring that people that use pesticides, and we all use pesticides, whether you're organic or not, when you apply a product to something to kill it, you are using a pesticide, regardless of whether it's a chemical or not. The agency is overseeing that program. I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head as I'm in front of you. And the benefits of the Ag Development Program are support all farmers, getting people out to farms, providing listings. The plant health and inspection type is you're inspected whether you're organic or not. Again, I think this is unique. However you want to quantify it, qualify it. I'm not going to disagree. It is a little more than a marketing program, but essentially for our purposes here, it is a marketing program. And I know people will disagree with me, all members on both sides of the issue. We do. It's a tough one within Farm Bureau, but as a majority of our membership, this is our position. And we really are. Again, I want to stress that, as I said earlier, and the commissioner said it, there are a number of things that the agency currently isn't doing that needs to be done. And we understand that challenge. And as he said, a huge challenge, and probably the director spoke to it earlier, is just the ability of them to maintain the education requirements for the inspectors. So that's changing, and there's been more burdens on that. So we understand that.
Okay. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I'm still a little bit confused about what's getting sunsetted. Are you talking about sunsetting the entire inspection program, or just sunsetting the additional the funding above the fee levels?
Well, if I would say if you provide the funding, maintain the bill as is requiring, then sunset the program if that's it.
So are you thinking that that the department should get out of the certification process altogether in 3 years?
No, again, the hope is give the program a chance, fund it, and I think it could be self-sustaining. We think it could be self-sustaining, self-funding if it's given the proper chance.
Representative Bixby.
So,
but if it's not, then yes, get out of it.
So so we can only do funding with biennium by biennium. So wouldn't the issue of providing funding for future years actually be a decision for future legislatures?
It would be. I can't. No legislature can bind another. I understand that.
Right. So in that case, the question of the sunset might not actually matter, because that biennial budget process would actually create an automatic sunset.
Yeah, yes, I would hope if the program would not, if funding wasn't provided, then there would be some accommodations and recognition of that going forward by the future legislatures.
Okay, so, but just getting back to like what we need to do right now, it might not be necessary to write a sunset into either of these bills in the way that we deal with them, because the budget process would essentially deal with that funding sunset automatically.
I suppose if it were
Okay, all right, thank you.
written correctly.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. And I now call Commissioner Jasper. Two to 3 minutes, and we're running very late.
Good afternoon. I wonder if any of you could see the steam coming out of my ears in the back of the room. So I am in opposition to the bill. First of all, yes, there was a hard stop on the processing in animals. It was not 6 weeks. It was more like 6 months. The letter, and I can show it to anybody who doubts me, said within 6 weeks, you have to identify to the NOP a certifier who may be able to certify your program. So we were letting people know that they had 6 months to find somebody. They didn't even have to have an agreement with anybody, just who could come and do the inspections. That's what they needed in 6 weeks. We continued, so most people had at least 6 months until their certification was done. We had some people within that period. We were able to continue to certify them. So then they had another year. So the department really got bashed on that, and that was totally unfair because nobody had 6 weeks to get somebody to certify them. So that's the first thing that brought the steam out of my ears. It does require all scopes, as Representative Bixby has pointed out. I did work with Representative Wolf to come up with an amendment, which he's chosen not to give you. You also heard, it only takes 12 months to certify somebody. That is true if that is your primary job. I am not hiring people to just do organics. So to have them do other work, which they're required to do, it takes 18 months to get them there in the department because this is not the only thing we do. Loss of revenue. Yeah, was there a loss of revenue when we stopped? Sure. But why did we lose that revenue? If you recall, and the fiscal note is on this bill, to do all of what is asked to be done is $808,000. So the loss of revenue was insignificant. The problem is we do not have the budget. I wish everyone would stop talking about fees. Fees are totally irrelevant to any of the bills that we're talking about today. I couldn't care less if we bring in $1 of revenue. That's your job to worry about. If you want me to do all these for free, I'm perfectly happy to do it, but I can't do it without the $220,000 in the first bill or the $808,000 in this bill. So the fees just go to the general fund. I don't care. Overall, the Department of Agriculture, if you take away our grant programs and our cost of care fund, anything to do with outside of day-to-day operations, I am one of the few, I run one of the few net positive agencies in the state of New Hampshire. We do not require a general fund appropriation to run the Department of Agriculture. We turn back $200,000 to $500,000 a year on our operations back to the general fund. So this isn't about what services are you providing. Most people are paying significant amount of money for what we're doing, but the state has made choices, like for the dairy program, to provide services so that people can sell milk. Fine, I don't care. There's not revenue with that. You can provide this service to organics without fees. I don't care. I cannot do it without people. And this, again, you want to talk about a hard stop. I get 2 resignations today. You have a hard stop without any warning, without anything, and there's nothing I can do about it. You want to put this bill in as I shall? Fine. It's not going to make any difference to me because if I don't have the personnel, I'm not going to be able to do what I can't do. And somebody can take the state of New Hampshire to court for not doing it, but that will be because you didn't appropriate the necessary amount of money for the Department of Agriculture to do it. And I'm sorry if I'm sounding angry to you folks. I'm not. I'm angry about this discussion because I've been talking till I'm blue in the face about it. Either appropriate the money or don't. We'll worry about the fees if you want to have any later, or take the fees out of the law. I don't care.
Representative Dutsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. And I hope this doesn't raise your blood pressure any higher, but I have to ask this question. I keep hearing over and over again that there's a funding problem. And if there is a resource problem, then why is the department, A, not asking for more money, and B, why are you sending money back to the general fund if you need more resources?
So as a former legislator, I know one thing: don't get greedy. You get nothing. I have been building this department up over the last few budgets. We got new positions this year. This was something that anybody could have put money in. This is a May program that is not my priority to fund over the other needs. I have prioritize the needs. If I didn't have any other needs, I would do that. I would also say that for me personally, 808,000 for 66 people with private options out there is not something that I say is something we should be doing. But we have many other issues in the department, and I'm fine to do it. But I've always said this is a legislative decision because it's not a department priority. It's not something that has caused us to have a real hole, other than the fact that this last year I said, and Representative Bixby's been part of these discussions, and I appreciate that. If we do not get the funding, the program will stop. So that's not much different than me asking for it in the budget, and that's the reality.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so it sounds like more important than the $800,000 change in the fiscal note for this. If this bill were to go forward, what we would really need to do is authorize that increase in positions.
That is correct. And I will tell you again, I do not believe that NOP will allow us to go back and start doing the other things. And we didn't do that just because of the lack of funding. That was part of it. We were not meeting their standards, and we didn't have the personnel to do it. We certainly didn't have the time to bring them on. We didn't have a choice. And this was about not putting organic farmers and processors at risk for losing their certification. That's my number one concern in all of this. All of this. My number one concern is that our organic farmers do not wake up one day and find out that we have failed and that they are not certified and they lose that certification. Whatever you do, I want to make sure that if we're going to do it, we have the ability to guarantee that. And if you're not going to give me the people to do that, then I'm not going to do it, so that we have a year transition so that they know where they can go. I'm glad to work with them, as I have been with NOFA New Hampshire, to find some paths to see how we get that New Hampshire certification on there. This is not about, I support organics. I think this is very, very important. So important that I do not want to put them at risk.
Representative, follow up. Representative Bixby and then Representative Tenz.
So, so even if we did authorize eight positions, there's no guarantee that the NOP would re-up our certification in those.
That is correct, because as I told you, I people talking about moving forward, I think what you're looking at is a few years down the road, there will be no states certifying, because then we can get into the business of giving advice and help. But this is just not something that the feds want to talk to. I also want to talk about a little bit, and I appreciate what Rob Johnson had to say. We've had insanely low fees for years, and yet there were still other people who didn't want to hop on and be certified by us. So if they were not willing to jump on and be certified by us now, and if we do raise the fees, which it's at least responsible for me to bring a proposal forward, why would they come on with increased fees? So people make decisions for a variety of reasons, and those others who could be certified has chosen not to. I don't think there's anything we can do to get them back.
Representative Potenza.
So just while you were talking, I was just kind of searching up through the United States Department of Agriculture, their database, which is the organic certifiers profile, and there's a ton in there. So why not, is that not an option? And maybe it kind of piggybacks on what Representative Coulon was asking. Why not have, so for example, NOFA New Hampshire, why couldn't they be the certifying agency? Because, I mean, just in looking in this database, here's one right here, Bay State Organic Certifiers. They're right here in Massachusetts. So why couldn't they be the certifier? And then the burden is taken off of, it's New Hampshire based, but the burden is taken off of the state.
They're facing the same problem that we're facing, resources.
Okay.
Right now, they don't have, from what I'm told, the resources to do this. Now, you've also heard that fees are lower in other states, even with privates. Why would ours be so high? What I am told is that, you know, all of these organic organizations have memberships, they have fundraising, and part of that goes to offset the fees that they charge to do the inspection. Our offset would be general fund money. I can't go out there and fundraise for an inspection fee reduction in New Hampshire. I think the ideal thing is for there to be a New Hampshire-based inspection, whether it's NOFA New Hampshire, or if they can work out something. Now, one of the problems, and Director Wyman didn't recall, but as I sat there, I did think about this. We had said, well, what if, you know, we contracted with somebody? NOP said, no, we can't. The person who does the inspection, it has to be their certification on the label. We cannot go out. So that's not an option.
Well, I can't see her.
Representative Germana.
I did. Yeah, can I just have a quick follow-up?
A quick follow-up. We
I
are running
know.
out of time here, so.
All right,
Hurry up.
it's fine. I'll talk to him after. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make this very quick. First of all, I appreciate your clarity around what it is that the legislature is supposed to do to provide you with the resources you need to do your job. So I want to thank you for that, because I think that's an excellent point. What is your view, Commissioner, around the idea of changing the fee structure? So in that case, you know, we can have more, especially hopefully as the program is successful, more of it paid for through a changed fee structure, which would help to at least reduce some of the resource requirements on the department.
Well, my personal feeling is, and obviously a unanimous vote of the advisory committee, which did include former Commissioner Taylor, who I believe seconded the motion, is the feeling of the advisory committee this should be self-sufficient. The reality is it will not be, cannot be, unless we had hundreds of people in this program. That's also how some states are able to do it. They have more, and I shouldn't say states, organizations, because all other than a few states, they're all private organizations. And if we had 200, you know, growers in here, our fees to be self-sufficient would be lower, just like our gap is self-sufficient because of the number of farmers participating in it. So this is a matter of scale. But as I say, to me, it doesn't matter. You can provide this as a free service if you want to, because that's not my job. My job is to provide the service, and to do that, I need the resources, and you need to worry about whether you want to give that amount of money to a program. What I am told, for every dollar of state money available, there are $3 worth of requests. So you have to prioritize. Not my job, not anymore.
Thank you very much. Okay, any other questions? Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for your patience, and calm down. We heard you.
When I lose my passion, it's time for me to quit.
We heard you. Okay, we are going to, can I have the blue sheets for HB 1618? And I just say the online testimony was 30 in support of HB 1618 and 1 in opposition. And on the blue sheet here, we have 5 people signed in favor of this bill. I'm going to close out HB 1618. I am going to open HB 1578. And I had a conversation with the sponsor of the bill. This is not an early bill. And he agreed to allow us to recess this bill and schedule it to another time certain. We will be rescheduling this bill for another time. And so I am going to recess this bill. Thank you. And now we are on lunch break until 1 o'clock, when we will be hearing HB 1182.
Jamon got up to go talk to somebody and hand out his card. And I've got up to go to the back.
I'd like our members to please take their seats.
No, I know, it'll be there.
We're all set.
50 copies.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to open up the hearing for HB 1182, adding certain equine practices to the definition of animal cruelty. And with us today is Representative Reed to introduce this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Newmarket and Newfields, which is Rockinghamton. I have been what you might call an equestrian for 14 years. I was formerly trained at UNH in dressage and jumping, and since then, since about 2012, I've predominantly trail ridden, but also a little bit of mounted archery. So everything horse related is something near and dear to me. Before you today is a bill that would add 4 common but pretty atrocious, and I think you will probably agree, equine practices into the definition of animal cruelty. All 4 practices are universally condemned by the American Veterinary Medical Association and the American Association of Equine Practitioners. All of 4 of these practices are used exclusively for competition purposes in order to score higher in competitions. All 4 of these practices are grounds for disqualification, and yet all 4 of these practices are pervasive according to the Department of Agriculture, the federal Department of Agriculture, because there is a culture of silent acceptance that these are the ways people win blue ribbons. So in general, just so you know, there are many different horse breeds. Each breed, much like any other animal, has a conformation expectation of how that horse will look and move, and they are judged accordingly. Even though a horse may be bred with certain qualities in the show ring, it is often exaggerating those qualities that wins blue ribbons. Artificially exaggerating those qualities. So the 4 practices I will explain as briefly as possible. The first one, and I have a handout before you, it was stapled kind of in reverse order. So if you go to the last page, the first practice is hoof soaring, which, by the way, has been illegal on the federal level since 1970. Hoof soaring happens predominantly in Tennessee Walker horses. For disclosure, I am from Tennessee, where this is probably the most pervasive. It involves a number of things. First of all, the application of a caustic or blistering chemical, an acid, kerosene, diesel, or mustard oil, or other similar things. And then oftentimes, and that will be applied to the growing band where the hoof grows from the leg. And oftentimes that will be wrapped in saran wrap or a plastic, and then a heavy item like a chain will be wrapped around that tender and eaten raw flesh. So that, now Tennessee Walkers are specifically bred to have this high stepping action. When you see a Tennessee Walker walk, it's pretty impressive. They lift their knees pretty high. It's very flashy. That's why they're bred for that, which means the higher they step, the more they score in competition. So it's not enough to just breed them to step high. They artificially make these horses step high through pain. The acid goes on, then it's wrapped in plastic, then a chain or some other heavy item is wrapped around it, so that every time the horse steps down, that chain impacts the raw flesh, causing the horse pain, which causes the horse to lift his leg even higher than he would normally. In addition to that, oftentimes they do stacking. That's the pictures here at the bottom. You can see how unnatural that looks in that first picture, by the way, and you can see the picture of the chains around the hoofs. That third picture shows stacking, and this is where they will trim the hoof to what the equivalent would be the quick, the growing area of the hoof, and then they will nail a large block or stacks of blocks underneath the hoof to kind of modify the horse's posture and make the horse walk in an unnatural way. And that is an X-ray of what stacking on a horse's hoof looks like. This is called the Big Lick, by the way, both the gate that they have as well as the competitions. This also impacts some saddle horses as well as racking horses. This was made federally illegal by the Horse Protection Act in 1970, but because the Department of Agriculture doesn't have the manpower to enforce it across all the different horse shows across the country, it has been pervasive even still, and there's been repeated attempts that were incredibly bipartisan repeatedly on the congressional level to strengthen that act, including, it's called the PAST Act, the Preventing All Soaring Techniques. It's been introduced, I think, about a dozen times by both parties and overwhelmingly supported, but it's always one person of leadership of one body or the other, but it's passed the House almost unanimously. It's passed the Senate almost unanimously. One time it had 308 co-sponsors in the House, the Congressional House, out of 435 reps. Another time it had 43 Senate co-sponsors. And these include even Republican members from North Dakota, South Dakota, Pennsylvania, Senator Crapo in Idaho, Kansas, and representatives in Kansas and Florida. These were all prime sponsors at different times. The USDA did a study testing horses in these Tennessee Walker shows for the chemicals that are used to cover up the application of these acids. The most recent study that I was able to find, the USDA concluded 67% of the Tennessee Walker horses in a show had the presence of chemicals that indicated that they had been subjected to hoof soring. So that's the first practice. The second practice is called gingering. So once again, some breeds are expected to have a high tail carriage. So if you look at the back of the first page, you'll see a diagram of a horse, and you'll see that's kind of like a natural, relaxed horse's tail carriage. But some breeds have a high tail carriage naturally, and in addition, some breeds are considered to be more active breeds that are expected to look very lively. And so there are a couple practices that are used to artificially engage that tail in that kind of more active state. One of them is called gingering. This is where a caustic item or chemical, usually ginger or historically ginger, although they've also used tobacco, peppers, onions, is inserted in the anus or in mares in the vagina of the horse in order to irritate it to the point that it lifts its tail. Naturally, a horse would have a relaxed tail except when it's swashing at flies or if it's about to defecate or urinate, and where it would lift its tail, or if it's irritated. It's also used to liven sick or injured or elderly horses to make them look more lively. Again, it's all these practices are condemned by both the veterinary associations. Specifically, this practice in the 2007 Saunders Comprehensive Veterinary Dictionary quotes that gingering, quote, would be considered an act of cruelty in any civilized community. The third practice is kind of for a similar purpose to lift that tail. It's called tail nicking. It affects the same breeds that the gingering affects, which are usually Arabian and American saddlebred breeds. With tail nicking, the tendons that attach the muscles of the tail are cut so that the muscles that lift the tail are permanently in a contracted state. And I don't know about you, but I can't imagine one of my muscles being permanently contracted for the rest of my life. In this state, the tail essentially can become permanently paralyzed, and it leads to abnormal tail carriage. The Purdue University College of Veterinary Medicine says that tail nicking is an unnecessary and dangerous procedure. And just to show how kind of arbitrary these procedures are, the last practice is called tail blocking. The last two practices were meant for breeds and for disciplines that want this kind of lively appearance to the horse, so the tail was lifted. And this is for Western disciplines, predominantly reining, where they want the appearance of a relaxed horse that has a completely opposite tail carriage, where the tail is completely still. And so in tail blocking, usually just not a veterinarian, veterinarians usually will not do this, but an owner or some other person will blindly inject ethanol or some other nerve blocking agent into the nerves that affect the horse's tail at the base of the tail. this is extremely painful, ethanol burns, but for approximately 4 to 6 months, it impacts those nerves' ability to work, so the horse cannot lift its tail. It can't swish at flies, which causes flies to bite them and leads to skin infections. It can't lift its tail when it goes to defecate or urinate, which leads to infections. But also, it often will lead to permanent nerve damage, tissue damage, and as a part of the nerve damage, the inability for the horse to empty its bladder or bowels. It leads to infections and abscesses, leg paralysis in some cases, and in some cases, death. Again, the Purdue University College of Veterinary Medicine says that there is no health or medical benefit to tail blocking. And the image here is on the front page. I don't know how well you can see it, but that last image on the right-hand side is some of the tissue damage that can result from injecting ethanol. So those are the 4 practices. They're universally condemned by everyone except for the individuals who engage in these competitions to win blue ribbons in the hopes that they will be able to sell the offspring of their horses for tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. I just want to speak very briefly. I know in New Hampshire, all these practices are more predominant in the South. Other states have outlawed many of these practices, especially hoof soaring. But we still have owners here in New Hampshire who own these breeds, who do engage in competition with these breeds. We don't have data as to how often these practices are done because we don't have a law or any law enforcement or any other mechanism by which we would be tracking that information. And I just want to speak kind of personally as to how I feel horses are currently seen and treated. We owe so much of our human history to horses. I think we kind of take for granted how much horses have impacted human civilization. We don't understand in our modern terms, but for millennia, horses were, if you needed to go anywhere further than you could walk or you needed to go somewhere fast, horses were our cars, our trains, our planes. Horses for constructing buildings, they were our construction equipment. They were our tractor trailers. In wars, horses were our tanks and our fighter jets. Wars were won or lost. History was impacted based on whether or not an army had a cavalry. And yet, I think horses are probably the most treated like a machine out of any of our domestic animals. We just expect pure and perfect obedience. And machine-like characteristics. And I just want to close by reading this very, very short poem that's often read at the close to the British Horse of the Year Award. It's called The Horse by Ronald Duncan. Where in this wide world can man find nobility without pride, friendship without envy, or beauty without vanity? Here, where grace is laced with muscle, and strength by gentleness is confined. He serves without servility. He is fought without enmity. There is nothing so powerful, yet nothing less violent. Nothing so quick, yet nothing more patient. Our past has been born on his back. All our history is his industry. We are his heirs, and he is our inheritance. I think that horses deserve much better treatment than the practices I've laid out here. And so I hope that you will support banning these practices. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative Reed. So let me first ask, again, you say that you have no data or any information at all as to if this practice is even done in New Hampshire?
We have no data, but the U.S. Department of Agriculture calls this pervasive in these competitions, and those competitions do happen in this state. The reason we don't have data is because we don't have a law against it, so who would track this data?
Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. When we talked offline on this about this bill, you had mentioned to me some anecdotal information that I would love you to tell the committee if you haven't already about that testing that was done in regards. Could you speak to that?
I did briefly mention it. The most recent study that the U.S. Department of Agriculture has done was specifically on hoof soring for Tennessee Walker horses, and I find the name of the actual competition, the show that they were at, the Tennessee Walker Horses National Celebration. They tested for the chemicals that are used to cover the hoof soring practice, and 67% of Tennessee Walker horses at that show were positive for those chemicals. So yes, it is a pervasive act, even though it, of the 4 practices, is the most illegal.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Reed, for taking my question. The first one has to do with how this would be enforced. So what is the mechanism here? Is this a matter of private individuals who would be filing reports, who would be doing the enforcement? One of the things that we hear a lot about is that we are already overstretched when it comes to our ability to enforce a lot of different codes, whether it's in agriculture or animal cruelty, et cetera. So could you explain in this bill how it would be enforced in the state?
Right. So because we are already stretched, and all enforcement of all laws or even rules for that matter comes down to funding. So to the extent that we don't have the resources to enforce the proactive enforcement of these laws, so sending people to shows to test like the USDA did, or to kind of take footage and inspect horses, then it comes down like any other crime to reports. So there would be a number of organizations and activists in this state that would gladly go to horse shows if they knew that there would be local law enforcement willing to respond and take video or notes or what have you to show that someone has broken the law.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Sure, follow up.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And it's related to enforcement. I was talking over the lunch break with a constituent who is in favor of the bill generally, but has some concerns about generalities, what they see as generalities in the bill. And she was saying that with show horses right now, that I guess it's the United States Equine Federation, USEF, if you show horses, that inspections are done of horses, that violators are fined, that there is a registry with USEF. So, and I ask this as a genuine question, not knowing anything about this area, how effective is the kind of policing that USEF does? Because it seems to me that that is the reason why they are doing these horrible things to these horses. And if the Federation is policing them properly, then that should be an effective enforcement mechanism.
The Federation is not a governmental entity. That is the people who conduct the shows. And there are numerous organizations that do these shows. So if you can't win your blue ribbon because you got disqualified because someone finally told on you and got evidence on you in this particular organization, you can move to a different organization and get blue ribbons in that organization and still sell your foals for tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the enforcement of law, the fact that you've committed a crime and could even go to jail, is effective. And in fact, in 2012, there was a woman, a Tennessee Walker horse breeder in Tennessee, who after decades of violating that Horse Protection Act on the federal level, finally got caught and charged with about 30 years worth of counts of violations and ended up with a very hefty sentence. So yeah, having laws against things that we believe are absolutely wrong is a good thing.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So going back to the USEF and pre-competition vet checks, they don't necessarily, I guess your testimony is that they don't always do pre-vet checks prior to competition. Is that what you're...
Depending on the organization, they are supposed to. Different organizations have different standards. However, think about the Olympics. Does the fact that you're technically not supposed to juice as an athlete in the Olympics stop that from happening? No, because usually there's a big culture around the athletes who stand to gain substantially from from doing those illicit substances, and the doctors who then sometimes get kickbacks or are part of this culture where it's accepted, who then go along with that. It is the same in the horse world. Again, we're talking about one foal going for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And in that kind of incentive, these kind of bad practices can often be overlooked either as a fact of culture or intentionally.
Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Reed, thank you for your testimony. I noticed the bill has a fiscal note, which is indeterminable. What did you find when you went and contacted these agencies? Is there any, it's just like, it's gonna cost us something to incarcerate these people?
So the LBA is the one that contacts the agencies, and almost with, I would say, every single piece of legislation I have seen over 8 years of being in this House that adds a criminal, adds a law that criminalizes a behavior, it's the same exact indeterminate fiscal note, which says we understand that we will have to have obviously more manpower to police something because you've added a law, but we can't tell you how much that is. And this is no different from every single other one that we've ever had.
Thank you. Follow up.
So you don't anticipate then anything in the bill outside of that normal?
Correct.
response? Okay, great.
In fact, it could be argued, depending on the fees, that it may pay for itself.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In listening to your testimony and in reading the bill and looking at these pictures, which is horrible, it sounds to me that this definition of cruelty would apply to these. And I'm going to read this to you and let me know if you think this works. Cruelty includes, but not limited to, acts or omissions injurious or detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of any animal, including the abandoning of any animal without proper vision for its care, sustenance, protection, or shelter. And based on these practices, I would think that they would meet this definition.
I would think so too, and yet I don't think that there's any instance of these being policed because it's not explicit.
Follow up.
Thank you. So we already have cruelty to animals, and that is the definition of cruelty to any animal. And I don't believe that singling out these specific practices, especially where some of them are already illegal federally, why would we need to list them?
Oh, well, there are very, very, very many laws that are legal, that legalize something federally that we then do on the state. And the question then comes down, and by the way, I didn't actually hear a question, but the question then comes down to law enforcement ability, because does the federal government come into every single state and send federal agents into every single state to enforce those laws? So murder is illegal federally, but almost always, if there is a murder in a state, it is the state that prosecutes that. And there are a whole bunch of laws where it's the same, including in New Hampshire, because it does come down to law enforcement.
One more follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also in the definition of cruelty to animals and in our animal cruelty laws, it says a person is guilty of a Class B felony who purposely beats, cruelly whips, tortures, or mutilates any animal. So I would consider this mutilation of an animal.
I fully agree. And yet, although we know, presuming the question there, although we know that it does happen, and we know on the federal level that it's all these are pervasive practices, we have not enforced it. And I'm extremely familiar with that exact piece of statute because it was the second bill that I ever had passed and signed into law that expanded the definition of animal cruelty to wildlife. For the entire existence of New Hampshire, it was when once we passed our cruelty statute for domestic animals, it's illegal to, for example, beat your dog. And the reason it says cruelly whipped, by the way, is because our initial impetus for passing animal cruelty had a lot to do with the treatment of carriage horses. That's why it specifically says whips. But while it was illegal to beat your dog, it was perfectly legal up until my second term to beat a raccoon, for example. And it was because I worked so hard in that particular statute, which I eventually copied and moved to Fish and Game title, that has been expanded to wildlife. I am very familiar with that.
Representative Bixby.
So one of the things that I'm concerned about with this is the enforcement end of things, because animal cruelty laws are generally enforced by local police departments, and the way that often works is that it's done on complaint. So someone calls into the police department and they say, I think this animal is being mistreated, and then the police department goes to inspect it. They may not have anyone who has any sort of expertise. So how is the failure of that complaint and enforcement process under the existing laws, which Representative Comtois just cited, going to improve if we have, just by putting this into the statute? Wouldn't it be more important? So, yeah.
Because I think that people are not aware, and that there's kind of a presumption that it's not going to be enforced because it's never been enforced. It's never been considered to be part of that, and so nobody pays attention to enforce it. If it's explicit, then we know it is absolutely illegal. The person who gets charged with it doesn't have, prosecutors have leeway. And if a prosecutor can look at the statute and go, maybe it's illegal, maybe it's not because it's not explicit, then maybe they don't bother with that. But so I don't know that there have been or haven't been any complaints along that line. Maybe there have, and prosecutors haven't bothered to prosecute. But we know that if it's explicit, then prosecutors can say, yes, absolutely, this is against the law and we're going to move forward.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I was curious to know, because part of building off of Representative Comtois' question, part of the enforcement mechanism can possibly include the state veterinarian. Have you had conversations with the state veterinarian on any investigations, complaints, or concerns around this with regard to soaring and those types of things within the state?
Not the state veterinarian, but veterinarians in specific veterinarians, as well as veterinary organizations. I haven't met a single veterinarian that I've talked to any horse issue about that would think that any of these are okay practices.
Follow up.
That really wasn't my question. It was just more about the enforcement mechanism. Have you had any conversations with the state veterinarian regarding that portion of it?
No, and I mean, tying back to the more generalized, concerns or questions around enforcement generally, this happens every single time we add anything to statute that's illegal, that's a crime. And I think it's incumbent upon us to decide what is the right thing and what is the wrong thing and make laws according to that. And if we have to fund law enforcement to do that, then we do that because it's the right thing. But we don't abide by cruel and awful behavior in society just because we don't want police to enforce those laws.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Reed, for taking my question. I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned hoof soaring is federally illegal. Are the other practices also illegal federally?
Not that I know of. The Horse Protection Act, as I understand, is fairly broad, which is why there's been quite a few attempts to strengthen that particular language with the PAST Act, the Preventing All Soaring Techniques Act, which goes into more detail about hoof soaring.
Representative Bixby.
So there are various animal rights and protection organizations that make a practice of doing some level of investigation of cruelty when they see it cropping up. Have you contacted any of them about how they deal with this issue?
Both the Humane Society and PETA are in support of this bill. And all of those organizations, I'll kind of speak for all of them, would appreciate the help of the government in stopping these practices to whatever extent they may help out with the government doing that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Representative Reed? Excuse me. I do have a question. If I could stop coughing. So tell me again why we would specifically enumerate this kind of practice when we already have in statute something broad enough to cover all of these kinds of cruel behaviors, or procedures rather, to these animals. I mean, because then aren't we getting ourselves into a situation where we would be having to enumerate a whole list of other things, possibly not capturing all of them, and put ourselves in a legislative bind? I would assume that we would want to have, like we have current statute, be a little bit more broad so that it would take into account all of these horrendous things that you've outlined.
Yeah, and there's such a thing as the balance of the ambiguity of law, right? So we have written this law very broadly. I support the language that we currently have, but it's not being enforced in the way, the spirit that I think it was written, in that broad spirit. So this is why we have including but not limited to lists, and these are found all throughout law, because we know that there are specific things that we want to make sure are covered, but that there are other things that we want to be more broad about in case we haven't thought of those things, right? So this is an example of this has not been enforced. It has been accepted culturally. The way, as I said towards the end of my testimony, the way we treat horses is kind of in its own set, because of how machine-like they have been throughout society for us and how much we treat them like machines even today. So because it's kind of been culturally accepted, it hasn't been enforced, even though our language is broad enough to include it. And since it hasn't been enforced, I'm arguing for including in the including but not limited to list these particular acts.
Okay, so then as a follow-up, we are already seeing that these are not accepted practices by the Veterinarian Association, by the shows themselves, and it seems to me that the equine community is already doing a pretty fair job of policing themselves. I mean, insofar as there, if you're found out that you're doing something, that you would be eliminated from a competition.
So yes, the veterinary community is absolutely unequivocally against all of these things. To say that the horse show organizations are against it is kind of, they will say they're against it, they have technical rules, but they don't necessarily enforce it. And yes, I would say any equestrian worth his or her salt is against these, but I have equestrians in the room who will happily testify to the fact that not all equestrians actually obey what we would consider to be ethical treatment of animals. And in fact, when it comes to competitions, it is particularly egregious, particularly bad, because there is so much money riding on these for the winners and also for the organizations. So to say that they actually condemn is kind of like they say it, but then they don't really mean it a lot of times.
Okay, so then I just, one more follow-up on that. So if these equestrians in these shows see that there is another, that there is an animal that is being mistreated in this way, the way our current statute is written, they could report them for torturing or abusing an animal, and report them to a policeman or to local animal officer. They have that at their disposal to do that.
Yes, Madam Chair. This goes back to the question I answered from Representative Comtois, which is to say, and just so we're aware, the vast majority of people who go to these shows are part of this culture and kind of believe in these practices. There can be activists or people who don't believe in these practices and believe in the ethical treatment of animals that go to these shows even with the intention, specific intention of reporting. But then what happens if you don't have this explicitly in law is a prosecutor who receives a complaint and evidence might then go, well, I don't know if I can actually kind of, prove this. Is it worth prosecuting? So making it explicit helps prosecutors prosecute and helps those people who want to report to prosecutors.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the committee?
Thank you so much.
Seeing none, I call Kurt Ehrenberg to testify, and he supports the bill and asks for a minute to speak.
And I will be brief. I'm Kurt Ehrenberg, State Director of the Humane Society of the United States. We do support this bill, and not to get into the specifics, I think Representative Reed did an excellent job of explaining why this is important. We believe that this is a good step towards ensuring the welfare and dignity of horses in New Hampshire that are now subjected to cruel practices for cosmetic or aesthetic reasons, and to win prizes in show rings. All proposed changes in this bill share commonalities as they serve no benefit to the horses and are solely for aesthetics in competition. The only reason to do these things to horses, which are painful, cruel, horses cannot speak for themselves, so we're here to speak for them. It hurts them, it causes them pain and suffering. Ethical horse care and training practices can and do achieve excellent results in equine events and shows without resorting to cruel and inhumane methods. So these results that these inhumane methods are achieving can be achieved without them. And the intent of this bill aligns with the Humane Society's commitment to animal welfare and humane treatment of horses in the equine industry. That's my testimony. I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And I now call George Cook, who has asked for 5 minutes and has a handout.
To whom should I deliver the?
Just pass it around, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in light of all of the lively discussion that has happened, I probably won't need my full 5 minutes. I'm here in opposition to House Bill 1182. Just for background, I am a horse owner. I am an active equestrian competitor in the fields of eventing and dressage. As a result, I am a member of both the U.S. Equestrian Federation, the USEF, and the U.S. Dressage Federation, the USDF. And those are the organizations that promulgate the rules and enforcement actions as the governing bodies for our U.S. Olympic sports at that level. And those rules apply from the Olympic level down to the level of all sanctioned competitions. So I'm very familiar with both of their rule books as well. In my opinion, House Bill 1182 is just simply unnecessary. As Representative Comtois and others have mentioned, we already have a broad and extensive definition of animal cruelty. Please note that all of these practices, if you go to refer to the Horse Protection Act of 1970, 15 U.S.C. Section 1821, those practices are banned and have been banned since 1970. I question the amount of prevalence of these practices and the lack of data supporting the prevalence of those. The USEF specifically bans in their rules, which is USEF GR 838, all of those practices, offenders subject to warnings, penalties, and elimination. These practices, as noted, are not performed by veterinarians, have been banned by the American Association of Equine Practitioners. For veterinarians are forbidden from practicing those. And specifically in the case of tail blocking, if you do a little bit further research, attending show veterinarians even have a tool at their disposal, electromyography, and upon receipt of complaint or a random test, which is also allowed, if failed, that test will lead to the exhibitor receiving a ban from competition. Soaring, again, is recognized as a practice, especially in the show ring exhibition of Tennessee walking horses. And in fact, when you go to the generalized definitions of soaring, they will always refer to the fact that soaring, as performed in Tennessee walking horses. I checked the official calendar of the Tennessee Walking Horse Association. There are no Tennessee walking horse exhibitions in New Hampshire in 2024. In fact, there are none north of the Mason-Dixon line. I don't believe it serves to clutter the animal cruelty statutes with a specific ban for practice that's universally banned and previously performed on horses that are virtually absent from the New Hampshire population and for which there are no competitions. We get into the debate, which has already surfaced in the committee, that the larger the number of specific practices that you outlaw in statute, the less difficult it is to enforce the broader cruelty statutes as they already exist. For if a prosecutor were to say, this is listed and I'm not sure about the others, why aren't they all listed? You will be creating a box that will be very difficult for yourself to get out of to enforce the existing cruelty statutes. My suspicion is that House Bill 1182, it's just an attempt to create a precedent for the ban of a laundry list of individual items which don't have any place in statute. That is what your rules are for. And I respectfully expect that the committee will rule 1182 is inexpedient to legislate for all of those above reasons. Please also remember that any animal cruelty investigation for the equine population in New Hampshire requires the presence of the state veterinarian. And so that is another resource that I would suggest that you check into as to whether or not this addition to the statutes will be of any benefit to New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Cook? Seeing none, I thank you very much for
Thank
your
you, Madam Chair.
testimony this afternoon. I call, sorry, can't read the first name, but I think it's Rosenfield. Avis, I'm sorry, couldn't read your handwriting.
That's quite all right.
Avis Rosenfield?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my background, I have been with horses my entire life, and I won't give you my age to give you my entire life, but grew up on horses and was part of the 1960 action, which Mr. Cook made reference to, that was enacted in 1970 that made this cruelty to any horse. And it made it now in 10 states in the United States that it is illegal to do this. It also made it so that you cannot sell a horse, you cannot bring it to auction, you cannot bring it to some shows. However, enforcement, I've heard that asked many times here. That is a question. And I support this bill because it's more specific than the animal cruelty bill. We need to have specifics in detail because people, it's the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Well, people will also keep a blind eye when they are at shows because, as Representative Reed said, it's a cultural thing. And that subculture cuts very deep. And if you want to sell your horses in the future, they will blackball you if you have gone and reported them. So you don't want to break that culture bubble. That's a problem. I have seen it in my AQHA, I've seen it in my thoroughbreds, I've seen it in the warm bloods. We had to break the culture in the AQHA, and we had to ban some of the trainers for abusive treatment to horses. It was not in an animal cruelty bill, and it did happen here in New Hampshire and in Maine. And in nowhere in that bill would it have been enforceable because of the way the bill was written. It is a question in everyone's mind. Is that or isn't it cruelty? Or is that just reprimanding the child? Well, the child is 1,200 pounds or 1,300 pounds. So people say, oh, well, it's kind of big. Should I reprimand it that way or another way? Publicly or non-publicly? So again, when you're at a show and people are looking at another horse that is being shown, they don't know if the horse has been treated cruelty or not. They have no idea. If they get into conversations, they're not going to pass that conversation on, and who there is going to enforce it, because judges want their jobs. They get paid to be there. Who's going to call the veterinarian that day? It's a Saturday or Sunday. Is he going to come out? Probably not. So you need to be specific, and you need to have this known to everyone who is operating any kind of horse show or event in the state of New Hampshire. It's a federal law. We now need to make it a state law like the other 10 states have, and there are 10 countries that have as well. We need to enforce this. Yes, the culture needs to change. Yes, it's going to be difficult to enforce it, but we need to make a best effort to do so. And I totally support this bill because as a horse owner, we need to protect our animals.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. In speaking about the bans, are you aware that there are different levels of banning as well, right? Lifetime bans.
Yes,
and
there are.
partial bans, correct?
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so is there any information or data showing that the 10 states that have this in their state law have a lower incidence of this behavior than the ones that are just being guided by federal law?
It's an excellent question. I don't have data with me today, but if you would like it, I would certainly do the research and present it.
Thank you.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. When I was speaking over the lunch break with a farrier who had contacted me, supportive of the bill generally, but had some concerns. In particular, she was talking about various ways in which a farrier might work with a client and a horse to correct an issue with the horse. For example, a horse being lame or have some other issue. And her concern was that the treatment, which will vary depending upon the horse, depending upon the specific condition, might leave that farrier open to accusations of cruelty. Obviously, it's not the same as aesthetic reasons for shows, but do you see any concern with that when we're talking about horses that are being corrected because of ailments that they may have? There are different kinds of treatments with the hooves, as I understand it, that one might employ, and that this could potentially open farriers who are not engaged in what we would consider cruelty, but might open them up to accusations.
No, I do not. And the reason I do not is because I myself have had horses that have had all kinds of hoof issues. It's nature of the beast. Yes, there are different ways to treat that. They can open up the blister, they can cut it, let it bleed out. They might use a treatment that is recommended by a veterinarian, or they might use, and I wish he were still alive to speak today, Dr. Beckman was one of the best veterinarians in our state at the racetracks. He had some of the best methods known, and he would bring an unsound horse sound in record-breaking time. Now, did he do it unethically? I don't believe so. I've watched many of his methods with my horses, and it was appropriate. Included soaking the horse in Epsom salt. It included various different methods, kind methods, long-term methods to treat the horse. It's no different than you stepping on a nail, and what do you do to treat that infection? Medications, oral, or medications that you use that are topical. Some even have to be injected. So no, I don't see a farrier being at risk, unless, of course, you do find a farrier who is truly cruelly treating the horse with a chemical burn just to get an action out of the horse. That will show a different sign on the horse's foot.
Thank you very much.
Representative Dutsey.
Thank you. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that even if enforcement is limited, the advantage of this bill and, spelling out all of these different treatments could be educational, especially in rural law enforcement where they're more likely to come across issues than, let's say, in my city of Nashua, where I don't think there's a horse in the entire city. Is that what you're basically saying?
Rural law enforcement is going to have a very difficult time discerning the difference between humane and inhumane treatment to many animals, not just horses. You have to be there at the moment. You have to be familiar with the appearance of what the foot would look like. It's no different than you being a specialist in the medical field to some extent, because you won't know the difference between my horse having had a foot sore that blew out, an abscess, versus did I do something to that horse? You just won't know because you don't know the animal's history. You haven't been there walking that path with the animal. So again, I do think enforcement from law enforcement is going to be difficult. I think enforcement is going to have to be a cultural change. I have seen the cultural changes in many states and in auctions and in other places I've been. And I've been in the horse industry my entire life. My family was in the horse industry, race horses. We had saddlebreds as well. So I've seen what has occurred through the years, what was humane and inhumane, and as a child started arguing it. So that's why I'm here today. I'm still arguing this same thing, the same as I did with the Jockey Club. It's inhumane to do some of the things we have done to the horses. And I believe we need to be specific. We can't be generic like the current cruelty bill is. It's too generic. You need to be specific. What is the root cause of this problem? How do we eradicate it?
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
Call Jennifer Parker to speak. 2 minutes.
Hello. I just have a couple notes sparked by previous testimonies before launching into my own. I competed extensively for 10 years in eventing, and I was chosen for random drug testing one time at one sanctioned show. And there are also many competitions that are not sanctioned and therefore not governed by the USEF. My name is Jennifer Parker. I am owner and operator of Move Free Equine. I'm a professional horse trainer, riding instructor, equine massage therapist, and Reiki master with 20 years of exposure to the equine industry and a Bachelor of Science in Equine Studies. I have never seen the practices of hoof soaring, gingering, tail blocking, or tail nicking in action, but I was taught universally through my education at 2 separate colleges that these practices were painful and unnecessary methods that should not be used. These methods are sometimes used in styles of riding that I do not participate in, saddle seat and park style riding, whose origins lie in the 17 and 1800s tradition of showing off your fancy, high-stepping horse during Sunday rides in the park. In this realm, status came from having a flashy and spirited mount, and to this day, these certain disciplines of riding aim for a certain level of excitement and anxiety in their show horses. This is where gingering, hoof soaring, and tail nicking come into play to elicit these symptoms of a spirited mount, high stepping with a lifted tail, that such judges are looking for. In the case of tail blocking, the horse's ability to visibly react to the rider's aids, as well as swish their tail at irritating flies in the pasture, is taken away. These practices are used to project a certain image in the show ring, an image not based on correct biomechanics of the horse, but instead based on preferences, fads, and styles. Employing any of these practices clearly comes at the expense of the horse's comfort and well-being. I cannot speak with firsthand knowledge of these practices via sight or action, and I hope I am never able to do so. But I can speak for the horses, because I've dedicated my life to being their voice, to bringing the bridge between our 2 species. I can speak for the horses who continually teach me gentler and more harmonious ways to ride and train. The horses who have come into my care harmed by humans, to whom I promise never again. They don't want these practices to happen to them, and neither should you. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I want to thank you for testifying this afternoon.
Thank you.
Out of pink cards, and I would like to have the blue sheet if we are done. Oh, I'm sorry.
I noticed the commissioners in the room, and one thing that's not clear is who would be enforcing. Is this because? So I was wondering if the commissioner might be able to answer a quick question.
Sure, Commissioner Jasper.
So I don't know if you've read the bill, and I don't know if Dr. Crawford has mentioned this bill at all to you. But my question is basically, this is dealing with cruelty to horses. Is this something, because horses are considered livestock, that he would need the state vet or his assistant would need to be called in order to adjudicate or to investigate?
Representative Bixby, that's a good question, but I believe that any veterinarian could be called in. You know, in these animal cruelty cases, we only serve in an advisory capacity. We did not take a position on this bill, although we were well aware of it because it is totally out of our jurisdiction.
Okay, so any veterinarian would be, but you'd need to have a veterinarian called in.
I believe so, but I can't speak with great authority because it was a while ago that the bill crossed my desk and I looked at it and we talked and said, okay, this really is nothing we need to weigh in on, and moved on to the ones that do concern us.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Thank you for indulging us, Commissioner.
Of course. And as you can see, my blood pressure.
Okay, so on our blue sheet for HB 1182, we have 2 people in favor of the bill and 2 people opposed to the bill. And in the online testimony submissions, we have 78 people in support and 3 people in opposition. And with that, I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1182. Okay, moving along now. I'm going to open up the hearing as it is a little past 2 o'clock. I'm going to open up the hearing for HB 1680. And I call Representative Kelly to speak with us and introduce this bill this afternoon. Good afternoon.
About to say good morning, but yes, good afternoon.
Yes, it's afternoon.
Snowy days make me feel like it's morning all day.
I need a pink card from you. So when you get a moment. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like,
Just for 1680 or 1182?
I was going to speak on the previous one, but I'll,
So can I just cross it out?
sure, that's great. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, I am Representative Diane Kelly, representing Hillsborough 32, which is Temple, Wilton, and New Ipswich. And I am introducing this bill 1680 in the hopes of helping to eliminate puppy mills. Having been an animal lover my whole life, I am aware of the problem of puppy mills, manufacturing dogs in terribly inhumane, horrible ways, and selling them to unsuspecting families in retail outlets. And I'm hoping that New Hampshire can do our part to end that by passing this measure. Several of our neighboring states are passing these laws, either have or are working on them.
And it concerns me that if we do not, we will end up being the puppy sales mecca of the area, which we do not want. I realize that there are breeders expressing concerns about this, but the underlying statute for 37:7 already excludes breeders. But I am open to further refining the definition of retail to clarify that we do not mean animals from breeders, rather just animals, animals not bred on the premises. So it seems to me that there are more than enough rescue animals to meet animal loving families' needs, and also responsible breeders. I just feel that this is a common sense, humane bill that helps to end the cruel and unnecessary industry of puppy mills, and encouraging responsible breeding practices and commerce, and providing more opportunities for rescue animals to find loving homes. I feel at this point that nobody needs a pet store, a retail outlet to find puppies and other pets. We have many puppies available directly from responsible breeders and a large network of shelters and rescues. And basically, I just wanted to introduce this bill, and then there are several people behind me who can answer questions and speak further to it.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You said that you weren't, this was not intended for breeders. However, it states that a pet means a pet vendor, so anyone who basically breeds dogs or cats or ferrets is a pet vendor. And it says a pet vendor that transfers animals at retail to the public from a physical facility. Now, if a breeder is breeding and they have a farm or they have their home, that is a physical facility.
Right, so it needs to be clarified, and I'm open to an amendment to clarify that further.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you for introducing this bill today. Oh, I'm sorry. I do have a question here from Representative Creighton. My apologies.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much. And the term puppy mill, so are pet stores considered the only ones that support puppy mills? Or, I mean, how would you define puppy mills, and who is it that does these? Is it only pet stores?
Honestly, I think I would be best left to people behind me to answer more detailed questions.
Thank you.
Representative Dotsie.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if you can answer this question, but under the fiscal note, okay, there's one thing that says, and I don't understand this, out-of-state brokers with no physical facility in New Hampshire will remain a viable business option.
I'm having a little
Do we
bit of
understand
trouble.
what that means?
To be honest, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you. I
Yeah.
have, even with hearing aids, I have trouble hearing, and the mask makes it where I can't read lips.
Oh, okay, okay, is that better?
A little bit.
Yeah, okay, great. So under the fiscal note, the third from the bottom, it says out-of-state brokers with no physical facility in New Hampshire will remain a viable business option. Do you know what that addresses or what that means?
I would imagine that in addressing this, it means people, puppy mill type breeders from out of state will still be able to bring puppies into retail establishments, but I'm sure.
Okay, okay, thank you.
So I don't need a pink card because you switched that one. Okay.
Next person I'd like to call up is Kurt Ehrenberg from the Humane Society of the United States.
Thank you. I'm Kurt Ehrenberg. I'm the State Director of the Humane Society of the United States, here in support of this bill. And, we've already heard a lot of conversation about this bill in both bodies. And what we have learned so far in the robust discussion is that we probably should think about refining the definition of retail. We would recommend that it would read, retail pet store means a pet vendor that transfers dogs or cats not bred on the premises at retail to the public from a physical facility. Retail pet store does not include an animal shelter facility or a pet vendor that sells only such animals that he has produced and raised. So we believe that that would effectively cover responsible breeders in the state. Now, there was also concern raised about shelters that buy dogs from puppy mills. Most shelters in New Hampshire operate responsibly while doing the life-saving and often thankless work of caring for and rehoming animals. Puppy-selling pet stores, on the other hand, buy puppies from puppy mills that churn out as many puppies as possible with no regard for the health and well-being of their breeding dogs or their offspring, nor for the public, who will end up with unhealthy pets. If there are shelters in New Hampshire that are buying dogs from puppy mills, the general court might consider legislation that prohibits this practice, as no shelter should be putting money into the cruel puppy mill pipeline. But this bill is not about that. Curiously, the opposition to the bill presented doomsday scenarios about pet acquisition, even though this bill allows existing pet stores to keep selling puppies. As such, the bill preserves pet stores as an option for buying a dog or cat in the 5 communities that currently have such stores. It is notable, however, that even in states where dozens of stores were required to stop selling puppies, there is no evidence of increased online sales. Plus, since 2013, the United States Department of Agriculture has regulated those selling puppies online, just as it regulates those who sell puppies to pet stores. Data shows that USDA licensed commercial breeders who sell puppies through pet stores and online are currently breeding 30,000 plus fewer dogs than they were 10 years ago. If pet store laws that have been enacted during this time simply shifted the market from pet stores to online, USDA licensed facilities wouldn't have significantly shrunk. These laws are effective in stopping the cruel practices of puppy mills that pervade this industry. Now, New Hampshire is home to a wide range of responsible breeders. I think you'll hear from some of them today. If you ask them questions, you'll find out how responsible they are, who sell directly to interested buyers that aren't afraid to show them how their dogs are raised, unlike these pet stores. Seeking out local breeders has always been the way many New Hampshire residents find the puppy of their choice, their hunting dogs, etc. And this is certainly true for show dogs, hunting dogs, as I said, and service animals. Plus, there is a growing movement to increase and support small-scale responsible breeding. The Functional Dog Collaborative, based here in New Hampshire, is a new group that does just that. I'll try to be brief. I'm going to finish soon. Another topic at the hearing was merely regulating the sale of puppies in pet stores. If the committee would like to place regulations on existing puppy selling stores, it is crucial these regulations are not viewed as negating the need to stop additional pet stores from selling puppies. If additional puppy stores are allowed to open in New Hampshire, they will bring with them many animal welfare and consumer protection problems. Even if it was possible to ensure puppies came from humane breeders through regulations, which have notably been proven ineffective in other states, there would still be long, stressful transports of dogs, questionable in-store treatment, which we'll hear about, sick puppy sales, which we'll hear about, misleading sale tactics, and predatory lending. Selling puppies in pet stores is too complicated and broken of a model to merely regulate. Lastly, the HSUS supports laws that prohibit the sale of dogs and cats in outdoor venues like flea markets and parking lots, roadside, etc., because outdoor sales legislation should apply to all persons, not just pet vendors. This is likely best handled as a separate bill from this pet store pet vendor bill. For your reference, Vermont already outlaws selling a dog or cat on the side of any highway, and Maryland, along with several other states, outlaws selling a dog or cat at any public place, including a street, highway, parking lot, swap meet, or flea market, with some exemptions. And we suggest that New Hampshire consider legislation similar to Maryland's law if you're concerned about those types of sales. That's my testimony today. Thanks.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ehrenberg, for your testimony today. I missed the all-important phrase that you thought perhaps could be amended that began with pet vendor transfers, something about pets that had not been raised by them.
So the definition of retail pet store would be such this. Retail pet store means a pet vendor that transfer dogs or cats not bred on the premises at retail to the public from a physical facility. So retail pet store does not include an animal shelter facility or a pet vendor that sells only such animals that he or she has produced and raised.
Thank you very much.
Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I wonder if you know anything about the trends in pet stores in the state? I mean, the one that was in Portsmouth when I moved here has since closed. You mentioned there were only pet stores in 5 communities.
Well, there are only 5 right now, and they're mostly small scale. There is one in Manchester that opened up in the spring called the Puppy Palace, which is pretty scary to me. They display their dogs in plexiglass cages. You can't touch them until they come out. And what they do is they create an emotional bond with the child mostly. And then the parent is at a loss. It's really a horrible, deceptive kind of practice, like a car dealership, but for kids. So, they have all the same kind of things. Go to the finance person. Oh, you don't have to have the money today. We'll be happy. Well, what happens is you get a sick dog that dies on you and you have to pay for it for the rest of that term of 5, 6, 10 years, whatever they finance the dog at.
Follow up, yep.
You didn't exactly answer my question. Do you know anything about the trends in the state? I mean, has it been in
Well, what
decline?
we're concerned about is that New Hampshire, as has been mentioned, will become the place to come and buy a puppy store dog. And my organization believes firmly and has data to back it up that dogs sold in pet stores are primarily dogs from inhumane puppy mill operations from far away.
Representative Murray, and then I'll get to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just wanted to be clear, given your earlier testimony, was that language change, that's based on information coming from the other body?
Well, it's based on
Or where
on
was that-
objections from the breeders. That we heard that they are concerned that they'll be caught up as retailers. That is not the intent of this bill. So we want to make sure that those objections are taken seriously and dealt with, because it's a really good bill for animals, and we don't want to lose that. If you care about dogs, if you've ever loved a dog or a cat, you got to vote for this bill.
Representative Smart.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can you tell me about the state law for selling pets, puppies and kittens? Do you know anything about that? That's already in existence.
Well, I believe the Commissioner of Agriculture is here. He can tell you all about it.
Well, aren't you the director of the Humane Society for the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so do you know about the law
I
It's
do.
already in
I do, but
existence.
that's
Okay.
not what I'm here to testify on, so I'm
Because
not
it
gonna.
goes against your bill.
No,
to
that's,
have-
well,
To sell a
Representative Smart, we don't argue with the folks who have come to testify. So I ask you to refrain.
All right, I'll tell the committee.
Representative Dutzy.
I'd be
Thank you so much. You know, I never thought about this before, but do any of the retail pet stores sell dogs? Not puppies. Do any of them sell, you know, a mature dog, or are they all in the
No.
puppy business because, okay. And
Not that
why-
I'm
and
aware
why do
of.
you think that is?
I don't know.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Ehrenberg. Do you know, is there any data, probably not specific to New Hampshire, but even nationally, regarding dogs that are abandoned, right? And it seems to me, but I don't know if data supports this, that dogs who are abandoned by owners are much more likely to have been adopted through puppy mills and through pet stores than dogs that are acquired or adopted rather through licensed breeders. But is there any data at all regarding how likely a dog that is sold to a family who, for a wide variety of reasons, whether it has to do with the family or it has to do with the dog that the retailers don't know anything about, not matching families of dogs, et cetera. It seems to me that there are reasons why be much higher rate of abandonment of dogs purchased this way as opposed to from responsible breeders. Is there any data on that?
Not that I have or am aware of, but I can look into that for you, and I will, and get back to you. Happy to do that.
That would be very helpful if you could do that. Thank you.
And I'd be happy to get back to anyone with any questions or quizzes for me.
Any other questions for Mr. Ehrenberg? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Bixby.
So you mentioned, so you presented a possible amendment to the definition of retail pet store, and one of the issue, I noticed a couple of things with it. One is that it might not take into account those people who breed dogs or cats and do not reach the threshold of 30 animals, and that they might actually end up being considered retail stores under that revised definition because they're not pet vendors under state law, because they don't reach that threshold. So that's something that needs to be taken care of. Is that something that you'd be willing to work on?
Certainly. I mean, this is a suggestion. I thought it would be a good idea to address the issue in some way today because I believe it's going to come up. And I think it's important that the breeders we're talking about responsible breeders, and we assume that all of the breeders we hear from are responsible. And we want them to be covered and not be affected by this bill when they shouldn't be.
Thank you.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure, I guess I don't know why somebody would buy a puppy from a pet store rather than a breeder in the first place. Are they substantially cheaper? Or?
So I can just give you an anecdotal. In my family, a 6-year-old girl who's now 29 went into the mall with her mother and went into the pet store to look at the dogs and came home with a dog named Wally. And I didn't know until they got home. And we loved that dog, but that dog was very sick for a long time, had all kinds of behavioral problems. It was a puggle. I don't know if you know what that is, part beagle, part pug. It was the best looking dog I ever saw. But these dogs are bred only to be sold in these stores in an emotional tie mostly to a child that then there's nothing, what is that parent to do? And most people do want to meet the dog, have a relationship with the dog before they bring the dog home. So these online things do not fit that. And what the perfect situation is the rescue situation, where you meet the dog, you fall in love with the dog needs a home, the dog gets a home. It doesn't cost thousands and thousands of dollars. And, you know, that's the situation we're trying to foster. And in this bill, it does encourage that in pet stores, you could have these nonprofit, legitimate rescue dogs on displays for people to bring home.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none,
Thank
thank
you.
you, Mr. Ehrenberg. I'd like to call Commissioner Jasper to come and speak on this bill. He is in opposition to this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. I am still Sean Jasper, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food. I am in opposition to this bill for a number of reasons. I'll start off with, so you understand, the only difference between a shelter rescue and a pet store in law is that a shelter does not have to provide a certificate for transfer from a dog that is born in New Hampshire. But what I can tell you is that this is a bill that really tugs at everyone's heartstrings. But there's no evidence before you that there's any difference in where the animals come from. The fact of the matter is that more animals are imported into the state of New Hampshire by shelters and rescues than by pet stores.
Mm-hmm.
I can also tell you that as commissioner, that a disproportional amount of the fines that we levy against pet stores or shelters goes to shelters. Sadly, last week, or actually it was 2 Fridays ago now, we issued the largest fine that we ever have to anybody dealing with pets. And it will go to a hearing and there will probably be some things going, but because this has been an ongoing problem, this was an unlicensed facility which couldn't get licensed because of the conditions. I issued a fine of $34,400, by far the largest fine. That was after repeated inspections and warnings, and they just continued to do exactly what they were doing. They transferred, more than twice the limit without a license. And of all the dogs they transferred, I believe it was 2 actually were New Hampshire dogs. So when people tell you, well, we don't want animals coming from puppy mills, find me something in this bill that actually prevents that from happening. There's nothing in the bill that does that. Whether it be pet stores or shelters, the animals are coming into this state from Texas, Florida, Kentucky, and other southern states. These are not animals that are being rescued in New Hampshire. We don't actually know, nobody knows within the department what the conditions are that these animals are being raised in. I can also tell you that the only people importing cats are the rescues, and they're all, again, from out of state. So if the goal is to eliminate puppy mills, this bill does nothing to do that. What it does is eliminate competition. One of the shelters recently opened a retail store in the Mall of New Hampshire. How's that any different than a pet store? What this bill also does is ultimately take away a business from people. Yes, you can transfer it to your son or your daughter. You can keep it as long as you can. But what you may have worked your whole life for, when you cannot no longer, if you don't have a family member, it's done. This isn't the way we normally do things in New Hampshire, and that may be more my personal view than something I should be saying as a commissioner. However, that is something I think that needs to be taken into consideration. So, as you may know, this is the word for word identical bill to what was heard in the Senate about 2 weeks ago. And I think the Senate, while I don't know the final disposition, if there has been one, they're looking at other options. And what I would suggest is that if you're going to do something with this bill, we ought to be getting at the heart of the problem and looking at where these animals are coming from, how they're raised. I mean, if you're familiar with what's going on in California with hogs and chickens, the Supreme Court says you can regulate the conditions in which the animals are actually raised coming into California. So we could do the same thing. I'm suggesting we have become the dumping ground for thousands of animals, because you look at the addresses, you go, could they really be rescuing that many animals off the streets in these particular areas? I doubt it. I don't know, but you receive no evidence to say anything to the contrary. I can also tell you, since the hearing was, in the Senate was a couple weeks ago, nobody's come forward with any information to tell me that I was wrong about what I've been saying, which I was expecting I would hear something relative to that. But regardless, if you want to protect animals, then you need to be looking at where they're coming from and not just assuming that if it says it's a rescue or a shelter, that the conditions are different, because we are unaware of any. The most common thing we get when we find people in a shelter rescue situation, well, we're doing good. And that may be their intent, but violating the law over and over again is not an excuse for doing good. And so, I would ask you not to pass this bill. If you feel strongly about doing something with it, I think you need to really go over it with a fine-tooth comb.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did just have a brief question. You mentioned that there are animals coming from puppy mills from other states. And
I have no idea where they're coming from.
Okay.
I don't know where any of these animals are coming from.
I see.
I mean, I know I can get you physical addresses, but I don't know what the conditions are that they're being raised under or where they're coming from.
Oh, I see. That was my question. You had mentioned a list of states. So follow up, if I may.
Sure.
And my other question was, are there animals coming from outside of the United States?
I believe that when we've looked at some of these things, there are animals that are coming from outside of the United States, going to other locations within the United States, and then coming into New Hampshire. And I can tell you that particularly with the rescues and shelters, there needs to be a CVI, Certificate of Veterinary Inspection. We have a very, very high error rate for the shelters. Those are continuously filled out incorrectly and do not give us the information that we need to have.
Thank you. Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Jasper, for taking my question. So it sounds like to tackle this much larger problem, you've identified a problem with shelters. It sounds like we need to look more carefully at that. Obviously, there are some issues around, I assume, interstate commerce that limit our ability to regulate some of that commerce. But what I'm concerned about from hearing a little bit of your testimony is it sounds like it's this idea that, well, because we can't address the whole problem, then we shouldn't even try to address one part of the problem. And so I hear what you're saying about the larger problem, and I think we need to go further in the direction of looking at shelters. I think it is it's unquestionable when we look at the numbers of abandoned dogs all around the country that we are talking about a lot of dogs that are found in communities, taken into shelters. I like to think like the dog we adopted. But so, I mean, is that kind of the response that we can't solve the whole problem, so we shouldn't try to solve
Well,
one part of the problem?
I guess what I'm saying to you is I don't think the problem has been identified. People are you're being told these animals are coming from puppy mills. But what do you have from a definition of that? What do you have as evidence that this happened? We normally don't pass laws just because you have some emotional feelings and people are saying this. And is that even, I mean, I don't know. These could be animals that, you know, you have small breeders in Texas and Florida and wherever who are doing breeding these. I mean, I think when we think of puppy mills, we think of places with, 100 dogs just turning out turning out puppies. Do you have any evidence that that is what is happening here? It may be happening in both cases. It may not be, but I don't think we should just pass laws without some evidence. I do think that ultimately it may be appropriate to say there needs to be proof for both of these entities, for everybody who is a pet vendor, and indeed the shelters are pet vendors. It's generally not our job to say, well, geez, these people are paying too much. We don't ban Mercedes-Benz dealerships in New Hampshire because we think people are paying too much for a car. So is that where you want to go with this, or are we worried about the conditions, which I think are legitimate, of how an animal is raised? But you can't do that just based on testimony. At least I don't believe you should.
Thank you.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Are puppy mills defined in statute or by your department or by the Department of
No, and even if you think of, that idea of a puppy mill being a place where you just have, cages and cages of dogs who are being bred, turning out puppies. We don't have any of those in New Hampshire. So there aren't, at least not that we're aware of. And I think we really are talking about imported animals here. So if that is a concern, and I don't see why it wouldn't be, then we need to really better define that in general and not just give one type of entity a pass when the other one doesn't have it. There was a question, went in my mind and out again. So,
Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your time again today. I think discerning what you've just said is that you have no evidence in the 5 pet stores in New Hampshire of this type of abuse. Is that correct or not correct?
they tend to be fined less for conditions than many of our shelters are. They have at times paperwork issues, but when it comes to dogs and cats, we have very few issues there. We do have more issues with people fostering animals against the law, with the conditions not being up to snuff. Many, there are bigger facilities, there are smaller facilities, they're all over the board. Some of these are, people who truly do intend to do good, but don't have the physical or the financial abilities to actually do things according to the laws of the state of New Hampshire, and that tends to be a problem. So there are an awful lot of things out there. We regulate that. Believe me, if you could find somebody who would like to deal with pet vending, I would be glad to pass that off in a minute. But we're doing the task that we have been given, and to some degree funded. Again, this is one of those things where I talk about, do we do everything we could? Probably not. We'd like to do more inspections. We'd like to get out there more, but we have a limited staff. Our pet vending, our animal database program, by the way, is going to be coming online soon. It's starting next Monday. testing with some of the veterinarians. So we're getting there, and that's going to help. But yeah, I don't have any evidence to tell you that, you know, any one type of business here is better than the other in doing so.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Comtois has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. I just want to clarify something. So pet vendors and retail pet stores, do they need to have health certificates to transfer the animals? And do shelters and rescues also have to have the same requirement?
Any animal transferred from a pet store has to have a certificate for transfer. Rescues, shelters have to have them for animals that were not born in New Hampshire, but they get that one exemption. The one difference is if it was a New Hampshire born animal, they do not need to have that certificate.
Follow up.
Commissioner, thank you, Madam Chair. Why would they get an exemption if a puppy or a kitten was born in New Hampshire when New Hampshire pet vendors don't get that pass?
You would have to ask the legislators who passed that exemption many, many years ago, because I have no idea. We can't really wrap our heads around that either.
Thank you. Representative Dutzy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. So in my first term, about 4 years ago, we also had a retail bill. And at that time, things were a little different. And I remember my inbox being inundated with probably close to 100 emails, most of them from Missouri, Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, all from people who were against the bill because they imported animals in. At the same time, it's been my understanding since then that most of the breeders in New Hampshire have no problem selling their dogs. I mean, most of their dogs are sold even, before they arrive. So wouldn't that be a good indication? I mean, my question is if you live in Mississippi and you have to sell your animals into New Hampshire, whereas if you're a New Hampshire breeder, all your animals are taken, isn't that a pretty good indication that one might be a puppy mill and the other is a responsible breeder? I mean, if we just had to look at something.
Perhaps, but again, without knowing the particulars, all I can tell you is that animals transferred into the state, more go to the shelters than go to pet stores.
Can I have one follow-up? Okay.
Follow-up.
Also, during that hearing, which was quite crowded at the time, I was surprised to hear from the lobbyist, from an animal lobbyist, that shelters were buying, or were getting in animals from puppy mills because they felt that they had to do this to save the animal. Do you think that this bill should be amended to include shelters?
I think that what I'd love to see is just banning the import of cats and dogs from out of state. But that's the interstate commerce issue. That's why I think, though, we could require certain conditions. California, you can't import a hog unless it, has X number of feet and can turn around. The chicken has to be able to spread its wings and not hit the sides of the cages. So California was successful in that. I'm not sure that's the best thing for, the consumer, particularly a poor consumer, because they may not be able to afford that pork or poultry product anymore. And what are you going to do? Feed your kids Twinkies because it's cheaper, but at least it's going to fill them up. This is a totally different thing here because this is about pets. So I have a less strong feeling about saying, yeah, we could put some conditions on how these animals are bred and raised to import into New Hampshire, and that would apply to everybody. Sounds like probably a long and complicated process, but there may be examples of what other states have done, and that's what legislative research is for.
Thank you. Any other questions for Commissioner Jasper? Seeing none. Oh, huh? Oh, you do? Representative Coolin. Sorry.
Thanks for taking my question. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question, Commissioner Jasper. When I read this bill, it looks like it is placing limitations on like a handful of small businesses in New Hampshire. And when I hear the discussion, it seems like whatever the issue is, depending on how we like perceive what the subjective problem is that, you know, it, to me, it seems like this bill is limiting a handful of small businesses and could possibly benefit the more institutional side. Am I right to think that?
It certainly would appear that that is a possible outcome. As I said, I think this is a limitation of trade because we're not setting up, we're hearing that emotional part where none of us like to hear about puppy mills, but without any evidence that this will do anything to that, except eventually it stops the expansion of the pet stores, and it eventually takes those businesses away unless you can have it as multi-generational. That's the practical effect without any actual impact on how dogs are raised.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But just a question to follow up on Representative Coulin's question. In today's market, my impression is that most pet stores are chain stores now. I mean, I dare say there are very few mom and pop pet stores anywhere in America anymore. Most of them, as you said. So when we talk about what is it that's being regulated, and if we're talking about a bill that would favor larger institutional commercial sites over, for example, small breeders, this bill wouldn't do that, right? Because most pet stores, as opposed to small breeders, are chain stores. Correct?
I wish I had the numbers here, but I can think in my own community of Hudson, there are 2 locations that I believe are pet stores. So I'm not sure that this number of 5 is actually correct unless they're incorporated as shelters. I'm not sure. I don't think they are. But again, that's something that I think needs to be really looked at again, is what are we really talking about here? How are these ownerships made up? Some of the larger pet stores don't actually sell dogs or cats. They sell things that go along with them. But this is another problem in the bill, which we don't have the capability of doing, which is to track the ownership. How am I supposed to track the ownership of any of these pet stores? If Petco is selling dogs and cats, their stock is being traded all the time. Sometimes corporations are bought out, and now that's my responsibility to figure out any of that, even to transfer the ownership. It may be a business that's incorporated, and suddenly somebody buys out the corporation. How am I supposed to know that it now has a new owner? So that's another thing that I forgot to mention, was the whole issue of the Department of Agriculture tracking ownership.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jasper.
And good luck.
Okay. I'd like to call Nico Whittisley. Hi.
Hello. My name's Nico. Firstly, the way that you can track it is the certificate of veterinary information. That's what we already mentioned. That's how we find out where these pet stores that buy from puppy mills are. On Bailing Up Benji, for example, Family Pet and Aquarium, based on the certificate of veterinary information, where they, it lets you know where the dogs are coming from, like he already mentioned. All of the breeders listed as associated with the pet stores sold puppies or kittens to them in 2021 and 2022. So 2023 information isn't here, but I'm just going to read you just a fraction of it. Family Pet and Aquarium, Somerset Plaza, Nashua, New Hampshire. They buy from Emily Kimber as of 2021, 2022. They bought from Amy Kimborough of Missouri, who does not hold a USDA license, Clinton Michelle of Missouri, Dorothy Audsley of Missouri. It's a long list of Missouri, pretty much. So yes, you can know where these people are coming from based on the certificate of veterinary information. The other thing that really needs to be cleared up is that there is a difference between a pet shop and an animal shelter. It's in our state law. I'm not really sure where the speaker previous to me was getting their information, but I'll cite my source right here. We have the New Hampshire Revised Statute 4371 or 437:1. Animal shelter facility means a facility including the building and the immediate surrounding area, which is used to house or contain animals, which is owned or leased, operated and maintained by a duly incorporated humane society, animal welfare society, society for the prevention of cruelty to animals, or other nonprofit organization.
I just want to interrupt one moment, Mr. Whittisley. Can you please tell me what town you're from and who are you representing? Because you didn't fill it out on your pink card.
Oh, my apologies. I thought I had. I'm from 67 Middlesex Road, Merrimack, New Hampshire.
Okay. And are you representing an organization or yourself?
I'm representing myself.
Okay. Thank you for that. You proceed.
Okay, so the next thing we should clear up is we should all be familiar with the economy of puppy mills. Puppy mills are dog breeders that prioritize profit over the well-being of dogs. We do not need a legal definition of them. Because once again, we don't really have a puppy mill problem in New Hampshire anymore. People aren't breeding these anymore, and I'll give you the history of that really quickly. They rack up USD violations in these other states for illegal vet practices and neglect, but they regularly fight them off. It's no big deal, and they continue to make massive profits. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. Ethical dog breeding, on the other hand, isn't nearly as profitable. It's an incredible amount of work and a huge investment. People choose to do animal breeding most often out of love for animals. There is an enormous demand for puppies, and breeding would be unprofitable if they sold to dog stores. So it's common knowledge real dog breeders never sell to pet stores. You're going to hear that from other people. New Hampshire used to have a puppy mill problem a few years back, but it gained mass attention after this super luxurious mansion was raided and they found over 70 Great Danes in filthy conditions of unbelievable neglect. You may have heard of this. Some going blind and clearly suffering and starving. Shortly after the news attention, Governor Sununu swore we'd never see puppy mill cruelty again and tightened our breeding practices. It seems New Hampshire was leading the charge against dog cruelty, as plenty of states had yet to catch up. But those states that mass breed puppies became the biggest sources for our pet stores, and a real problem developed. I mean, not that the problem wasn't already there, but for example, Puppy Palace, they had a bunch of protesters out of there. They got shut down. They came right back. Like when people know where their dogs are coming from, they don't shop here, and then these stores get shut down due to lack of demand because now people know these are puppy mill, and I'll let you know why people don't do that. These puppy mill dogs are often the result of inbreeding. That gives them lifelong genetic conditions. The filthy conditions that they're bred in regularly make these dogs sick. They make the New Hampshire residents and dogs that interact with these pet stores or their dogs ill. We cannot allow these pet stores to continue to deceive our residents as to where they source our dogs. We cannot allow them to continue to treat our best friends with such cruelty. Dogs have always been our best friend, and that will never change. Firstly, to get ahead of that information once again, there is a difference between the animal shelters and the pet dealers, and we need to identify how this is going to affect pet shops and how this is going to affect animal shelters. Animal shelters in our state law, the difference is that, like I said, they're nonprofit versus these for-profit pet shops. So because it's not going to limit the animal shelters, it can only increase demand for adoption. Okay. Secondly, done right, this bill will not limit breeders. There are ways to define this bill without limiting a single breeder, in which case, just like animal shelters, this can only increase demand for our New Hampshire breeders. For example, in California, since 2020, only breeders and animal shelters can sell dogs. Their legislature is very similar. The main difference is that they include a definition for breeders separately alongside the retail ban of pet sales, protecting breeders' rights. Massachusetts has a bill just like it underway right now. It's called Bill H-826. Should we amend the definition of retail pet stores to a store that buys and sells dogs, like a real retail definition, that a retail store buys and sells dogs, and add a definition for breeders as someone who breeds dogs, their rights can be fully protected. Mind you, that's not the only way. For example, the way that Vermont does it is they define it by the amount of litters. Like if you do one or more litter, then you're a pet dealer. Yeah, there's that option too, but I'm going to support the idea that we just define it as true retail, buying and selling. So that's real simple. Therefore, we can easily implement this bill in a way that doesn't restrict breeders, just like many other states have. If it doesn't restrict breeders, it can only increase their demand. Therefore, breeders will make more sales should they choose to meet this demand. Done right, this bill can only help breeders. It's a simple matter of using the same definitions that other states have already utilized. 15 cities in Colorado already have retail pet store bans. That's 15 different examples of this working, and 15 different legal samples to draw from in making any amendments. One of them adopted it as early as 2012, and the most recent just last year. There are cities and towns in Maine, 6 cities and towns in Maine that have already adopted the retail pet store ban as well, including Minneapolis last year. Providence and plenty other cities in Rhode Island have similar legislations. The entire state of New York has banned the retail sale of cats and dogs. That's pretty close to home. Oregon's done it too. Washington. In 2023, cities in Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Wisconsin, and Washington, D.C. enacted retail pet store bans. Plenty of other states were already on that list. New Hampshire still isn't. Florida is. I read a bunch of these cities' legislatures for their retail ban on cat and dog sales, and they're all pretty much the same. They separately define breeders, animal shelters, and pet stores, and ban the pet stores from selling unless the dog comes from an animal shelter. Given this list covers more than half the states in the United States of America and over half of our neighbors, and that increasingly more and more states and cities are adopting similar bills, it's really popular. The news articles are always the same. People's reactions are always the same. This is a huge win for everyone. People are ecstatic and proud to lead the charge in animal welfare. This should come as no surprise. People have terrible experiences with puppy mills and pet stores. These businesses are always lying to their customers and hiding behind lemon laws only not to pay out. Here are just a couple excerpts from reviews pulled from a pet store in Nashua, New Hampshire. We got a beautiful golden retriever which our family loves. When we got her, she was very weak in her hind legs, and though she had been cooped up for quite some time. After finding blood in her messes, we ran her to a vet and found hookworms. This couple was offered their money back. However, they declined because who wants to get rid of their dog after? Facing expensive vet bills, stressing the couple to tears. Here's another one. Do not buy. Bought a baby basset hound from here. For a whole week, she was having diarrhea and blood in her stool. 3 weeks later, and $10,000 of vet bills into this poor puppy, she had to be put down. We are awaiting compensation from the store and considering legal action. Did you hear that? $10,000 in vet bills, and the dog still dies, and now they have to fight for their compensation. But at least New Hampshire has lemon laws, right? Because the lemon laws help these people so much. That's the problem with lemon laws. No one wants to refund their new family member they've grown attached to. No refund is going to fix a child's heart after they watch their best friend die due to our lacking legislation. When you have such a great influx of puppy mill puppies, there are going to be plenty genetic disorders that test these laws. Dogs will die. Some will die past the warranty period. And according to the reviews on these New Hampshire pet stores, it's incredibly common and a real legal mess to clean up. For the cat lovers, here's another one. Completely broke my heart when I purchased a sweet little kitten there. A week in, he was weak and lethargic. Took him to emergency vet 2 times. For anyone here who was lucky enough to never had to bring your animal to an emergency vet, let me just tell you, it really hurts seeing your animal suffer like that, not knowing if they're going to make it through the night. Really breaks your heart. This is a regular occurrence for these pet store shoppers, and we all know why.
Mr. Whittisley?
Yes.
You had indicated 7 minutes on your card.
Yes.
Would you wrap up, please, your testimony?
Yes. I'm going to go ahead and skip the reviews. Basically, no one is saved by these lemon laws. It's an incredibly common experience. Pet stores love to use these as a means of promising quality, knowing full well their genetic risks are lifelong. And even if a lemon law secures a family a refund, they still just lost their family dog, preventably so. That's actually how a lot of our activists get started. We get screwed over by the pet stores, and then we just want justice. Lemon laws do not stop puppy mill pups from coming into New Hampshire. It literally just changes the subject. The 2 final and most important considerations: how does this affect New Hampshire customers? How does it affect out-of-state puppy mills? Out-of-state puppy mills mass breed and sell to pet stores all over the country or through online platforms. When you walk into a pet store, you are certainly buying a puppy mill puppy. Everyone knows reputable breeders don't sell to pet stores. On the other hand, when you buy online, there's a good chance that you could still run into a breeder. You could still buy from a breeder. So obviously, when you walk into the pet store, you have the huge problem of impulse buying that we've already talked about. If you get rid of pet stores, you've gotten rid of a huge source of demand for puppy mills, the biggest source of impulse purchases. When you get rid of one source of demand, obviously the most determined shoppers go to other sources, the three being animal shelters, breeders, and online pet stores. But this weeds out a lot of the impulse buyers. Can you imagine what impulse pet shopping does to our shelters? It obviously fills them up. So by implementing this bill, we will decrease impulse pet buys, therefore making sure dogs make it to the correct homes and decreasing puppy mill demand. Some people today might try to argue that some people will go online, that this will increase puppy mill demand. That is ridiculous. The pet store and the online store both buy from the same puppy mills. Overall demand to the puppy mills are going to be decreased and impulse buys are going to be limited. If this wasn't the case, we wouldn't see so many cities and states implementing this bill. Now that we're all on the same page about that, how's it going to affect New
Mr.
Hampshire
Whittisley,
customers?
can you just finish up, please?
Absolutely. Our dogs won't have nearly as many genetic conditions. All the stories I read where people get their dog and have it die a couple weeks later, that won't happen nearly as much. Our shoppers won't be as susceptible to impulse buys, saving them heartbreak. Our new dog owners are going to become more informed given they have to actually do a little research before they buy. Dogs should not be purchased on a whim. Our breeders are going to see more customers. Our pet shelters are going to see more adoptions. They're going to see less surrenders. Our taxpayers will appreciate that these nonprofits don't need as much money from grants because the shelters have less stress. Our veterinary hospitals are going to have a smaller load. All dogs are going to have a lower chance of getting sick without these puppy mill dogs spreading their common sicknesses everywhere. This provides benefit to literally everyone in the picture except the cruel puppy mills out of state, which it will decrease demand for. Thank you for your time. I will answer any question.
Thank you, Mr. Whittisley. Any questions from the committee? Thank you. I'd like to now call George Cook. And you've requested 5 minutes to speak. We have still several pink slips here, so I'd like to get through this as quickly as we can as time is waning and the weather is not abating.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will attempt to make my comments brief. In addition to being a horse owner, just for background, I am a hobby breeder of Siberian Huskies, been in New Hampshire for 40 plus years, not even coming close to the current definition of a pet vendor. I'm well versed in the RSAs, having served since 2006 as governor's appointed representative on the New Hampshire Governor's Commission on Humane Treatment of Animals. I represent the dog owners of the Granite State and the New Hampshire Mushers Association on that commission. I am here today speaking for myself and not for the commission. I am testifying in opposition to this bill. The legislature, as you all well know, has worked very hard to come up with the original definition of a pet vendor. What this bill does is this synonymously makes a pet vendor into a retail pet store by adding this simple definition that you sell your dogs out of a physical facility. If you are a breeder, you obviously have a physical facility. That does not make me a retail pet store. What I'm going to do is to raise for the committee the reality of the subject of retail rescue. Commissioner Jasper, in his testimony before the Senate 2 weeks ago, had some astonishing numbers in terms of dogs that are imported to the state of New Hampshire, both by rescues and by shelters. The number is in the thousands, 1,900, 1,600 dogs known to be imported by rescues and shelters. Retail rescue is a real thing. I'm certainly no fan of pet stores. I would never go to one. I am not one, and I do not support them. That is not what this bill accomplishes. Retail, in fact, to show how out of touch the wording on this bill is, when the provision that says that a retail pet store can have a shelter or rescue display dogs at their facility. Those are two sources of animals that are competing for the same market. They're competing for the same person. The only difference is that RSA 437 specifically exempts animal shelter facilities from the regulations of 437. So if you imagine you've now got a retail pet store, let's say the retail pet store, since it starts as a the retail pet store, since it started as a pet vendor, if scratch that. Rescues import dogs, shelters import dogs. The only difference is that the shelters are exempt from providing the health certificates that are required for other transfers of dogs in the state of New Hampshire. The methodology section at the footnote of the bill specifically shows why this bill does not solve the problem that it purports to solve. There is an incorrect statement there that no local breeder is currently or will be allowed to transfer more than 30 animals in a year. That is not what the definition of the pet vendor is. There is no cap. You just become a pet vendor when you transfer that 30. And in fact, the methodology admits that out-of-state and therefore unregulated sources of animals would become the best option for New Hampshire. I do not believe that that is in the best interest of New Hampshire. In fact, if you go to the continued extent of that logic, if you now have capped any and all sales of dogs from facilities to be no more than 30 dogs per year, if you have an existing demand that is not going to diminish and a set cap on any one facility selling any more than 30, that is going to automatically increase the demand for more people who might only be able to sell 30 dogs in a year. That limits the cap. That cap limits their ability to sell enough animals to make the financial gain that they would like to be making. And all the while, the animal shelters are exempt from those regulations under 437. So, final thing on the sight unseen transfers and the online transfers of dogs. One, under the wording of the Federal Animal Welfare Act, if you maintain 4 intact females, 4 intact breeding dogs, and make 1 sight unseen sale, then you are required to be registered as a licensed facility with the USDA. So for those people who think that, oh, it's just going to throw everybody to, online sales, then it's for the USDA to step up and enforce the regulations that are already in place for them to enforce, to make sure that online and sight unseen sales do not happen. I believe that the committee would be well served by considering this bill to be inexpedient to legislate, and I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Representative Coulon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for sharing your testimony. So you, as a small dog breeder, would you say by this legislation capping you at 30 dogs, could you say that this is the institutional side of things, trying to legislate a monopoly over your operation? If they're trying to limit you to 30 dogs, what if you had a good year and you raise 32 dogs? Do you think you should be able to sell 32 dogs?
Yes, I should be able to, and I would be able to under the law. The only difference is I would need to be licensed by the Department of Agriculture in the state of New Hampshire.
Gotcha.
That makes no difference to me, although I have never in 40 years even approached that limit with our breeding program.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to clarify that in terms of we run into these kind of lines that get drawn right between a small scale private transaction as opposed to when we cross the line into a business. And I suppose it depends upon the breed, right? But if we're talking about certain breeds that could be sold for significant amounts of money, and we're looking at 30 dogs in a year. Doesn't that clearly cross the line over into somebody who's doing this as a source of income? And isn't 30 dogs a year a business level of transaction?
30 dogs a year is a business level transaction, but that does not make you a retail pet store as redefined in this bill.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'd like to call Elizabeth Starrick-Knock.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Starnock. I'm from Derry, New Hampshire, and I'm representing myself. So I am here because I happen to work at one of the 5 pet stores in New Hampshire that does source its dogs from puppy mills. And what's being said here today is that there's no evidence that any of these stores are getting the dogs from puppy mills. But if you look up any of Puppies on the Run, Puppy Palace, Fetch a Pet, you will find hundreds of reviews. You'll find records, you'll find breeders that have been blacklisted and shouldn't even have dogs at their facilities. And I even asked my manager personally what the name of the broker he used. And the broker is it's like a broker for anything else. They're between the puppy mill and the pet store. And he said it was Select Puppies. And if you look up Select Puppies, they literally don't have a single breeder who isn't a puppy mill. There's been investigations done into their breeders, which are all across the Midwest, like states we've been hearing about, Louisiana, Missouri, those places came up a lot. But during the time that I worked there, I saw that more than half, they were getting 28 dogs a week, and more than half of the dogs were very sick within days of it opening, because I worked there when it first opened. So they had roundworms, hookworms, giardia, coccidia. One dog was taken to an emergency vet when he was 1 hour away from dying. And when I quit a few days later, I had quit because my manager, when we got the second group of dogs, decided that they didn't need to be quarantined, even though they were coming from out of state. So I believe the law is 48 hours they should be quarantined. But they weren't quarantined for even 1 hour, and they were obviously sick, which means that not just the dogs are going to end up sick, but humans can get sick too, and their kids at home can get sick, their animals at home can get sick. These dogs are the difference between a shelter or a rescue and a pet store or a commercial breeding facility is that puppy mills and large-scale breeding facilities they're producing dogs for profit, whereas shelters and rescues are the imports that are being talked about are stray animals and abandoned animals from other states that already exist and are being brought here because right now we don't have as many stray animals as the other states do. But if we don't pass this bill and the other states around us continue to, then New Hampshire will become the place in New England where everyone comes to get a dog that same day for whatever purpose they want it for. And another major difference between the shelters and the pet stores is that a shelter cares where their dogs end up, and most of the time, if the person ends up not being a good fit with the dog, they have contracts that make sure you bring the dog back to the shelter. Whereas a pet store, once it's out the door, like they're not taking it back. We have the lemon law here, but the Puppy Palace, I watched them refuse to take back like many dogs that should have fallen within the warranty they advertised, but once they're out the door and there's room for another dog to come in that they can make another few $1,000s off of, like they're gonna do that. So we are not talking about hogs or chickens or animal shelters that sell dogs they get from puppy mills. We're talking about retail facilities, and there's a major difference between a retail facility and a shelter. And even if we need to change some of the wording of this bill to make sure that actual ethical breeders can continue to operate as they are, I think we definitely need a version of this bill to pass soon, or we will become the only place in New England where people come to get dogs that come from puppy mills, and those dogs will end up they'll end up dying, abandoned, they'll end up at the animal shelters that are already overflowing, and we're able to stop that. So I definitely think that we should do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. I'd like to call Bernice Sullivan from the Irish Terrier Club.
Good afternoon. Thank you for providing the opportunity to speak, Madam Chair, and the rest of the committee for listening. I'll be very brief. Commissioner Jasper covered quite a bit of my concern, which was the allowing rescues to be displayed in pet stores once pet stores were no longer able to display puppies. But I kind of have a question for all of you. Why did you become representatives, right? Why are you doing this, sitting here on a not so bad afternoon, listening to all of us? It's not for the money. I know that. It's not for the power and the prestige of being a representative in the state of New Hampshire. You're here because you have some sense of service and belief in the system in the state of New Hampshire, as do I. I'm on a local school board, so I get it. You're doing your time and you're trying to do something good. I guess I don't see the point of this bill. We don't have a problem with pet stores per se, and I think a lot of this is trying to tug at heartstrings, as has been mentioned. I can tell you a little anecdote, which I wasn't going to include, but there were so many sad stories. 1968, I was 8 years old and went into a Dr. Pet store at the mall in Hyannis, Massachusetts. My sister and I walked out with a darling little Samoyed puppy. Got home, my mother took one look at it and she said, "Turn around and bring it back." And that's because she was a responsible parent and knew. And she used that opportunity to educate me about impulse buying, not researching what you do. So I guess I ask you not to be manipulated by the sad stories and the death and the dying and all those things that are horrible. But it's not something that's happening here. And I think you're hearing from a lot of citizens that believe in our system, that it works, and that there are other ways to address the problem of, and puppy mills, I think, is a misnomer also. They're commercial breeders is what they're called across the country. So puppy mills is one of those emotional terms as well. It's not really a defined term. So that's basically it. And if you have any questions.
Representative Potenza.
So I just wanted to ask, are you a commercial breeder?
No, I'm a hobby breeder. I breed, I show. I've been breeding Irish Terriers for 30 plus years. And sometimes I have 2 litters in a year. Sometimes I don't have any litters. So I'm small, very small scale.
Follow up.
So, but you've been in New Hampshire the whole time?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yeah.
So I talked to someone that is an advocate for this bill, and just really didn't have it on my radar at all, in that sense. And then I just went back. I've been born and raised in New Hampshire, and I remember pet stores. They were in the mall, and we used to go. And I remember so much of that is completely gone now. And to include, there's no such thing of them, even in, big pet stores that they have, of course, the cats and stuff like that are there. And they told me where I should not go, and gave me a little bit of insight of the reason why those pet stores don't exist anymore, in that, what I remember when I was little. So are you saying that the woman that worked there it's not happening here? I didn't even realize there was one here in New Hampshire, to be honest. So
I'm not familiar with the store she's talking about or the situation. The only pet store I know is up by me in Plymouth. They don't sell dogs or cats. They've got birds, fish, and maybe mice or some rodent. I avoid that section. Um, there's a reason I have terriers. I don't like rodents. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know her personal experience, but I do wonder if she reported them to the proper authorities after finding sick animals.
She gave me a thumbs up. She did.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And it's connected to what Representative Potenza was just asking about. I was going to say, you had stated that we don't have a problem. I think we've heard direct testimony that there is a problem. We can argue about the scope of the problem, but I don't think that we can legitimately argue that there isn't a problem. We've heard from a couple of hobby breeders, and we've heard from someone who actually works in these conditions specifically. And I don't think that testimony ought to be dismissed as simply tugging at heartstrings. But the other question about whether we have a problem or not is, do we wait until we have a problem? We've heard ample evidence that states around us and a lot of states across the country and cities across the country are enacting bans like this. And as we know, with our out-of-state waste problem, we become the place that those things go when other states have decided that these are not sustainable practices. So do we wait until it becomes a problem because we become the dumping ground for things other states have decided they're not going to do anymore?
Well, first of all, I think New Hampshire is a unique state because we're small and we can anticipate things and work on them other than repeatedly enacting new laws and just getting things more complicated. That's just part of it. But if you refer back to Commissioner Jasper's testimony, he said that there are way more rescues coming in than from quote unquote puppy mills. And while that's a problem, if they're given the information, they can crack. Dogs can't come in sick to the state by law, so they can enforce that. And the rescues, I mean, he talked about, or someone mentioned retail rescue. They breed dogs for rescue now. That's done in the South. We don't have enough puppies in our shelters and rescues, and dogs are being bred as rescues to come up and tug at heartstrings and go, oh, look at this poor little dog. It doesn't have a home. So that's a problem.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you for your time.
I'd like to call Joan O'Brien to speak for 5 minutes.
So my name is Joan O'Brien, and I live in Amherst. I'm representing myself today. I'm just heard from Commissioner Jasper. I think he nailed it. What this bill will do is it will stop the expansion of a problematic sales model for dogs. And that really sums it up right there. We want to stop the expansion. There's been a lot of talk about the difference between a retail store and a rescue or a shelter. Let's keep in mind that the retail store has a profit motive, and the shelter and rescue, in theory, are not supposed to have a profit motive. They are supposed to be rehoming homeless animals and not making a profit on either end. If they are, well, that's a different issue. They're, if they're a nonprofit, they should be evaluated and audited for that. We're trying to solve the problem of the retail pet stores. With this bill, 7 other states have done it, 400 towns and municipalities have done it, and it's working well. We heard from Ellie, who worked at the store, that it's well documented that the majority of dogs in these stores come from puppy mills. They can only fill their cages with a variety of popular dogs that are that young by using puppy mills. They treat them like products, and the store is the preferred outlet because you never see where the dogs came from and you never see how the mothers live. The salespeople will say, oh, don't worry, all of our breeders are USDA licensed. This may sound good, but USDA standards are shockingly low, inspections are rare, and enforcement is lacking. It's legal to keep dogs in cages that are hardly big enough for them to turn around for their entire lives. That's okay by the USDA. Stores will also tell you, oh, he's AKC registered, so he's a great healthy dog with no genetic defects. And being registered with the AKC doesn't ensure that your dog is healthy. While they do inspect some breeders, there's just far too many for them to inspect them all. And they also have an interest in new purebred dogs being brought into the world because they can collect a registration fee every time that happens. So I think there's a conflict of interest there as well. Being licensed by the state of New Hampshire has never meant that a retail pet store wasn't selling puppy mill dogs. The state does not inspect the places where the dogs come from. The stores look great. I mean, many of them are beautiful and clean inside, and they pass inspections, but the puppies don't spend very long there. 1 to 2 weeks tops is what the stores want. They want to move them out before they're not cute anymore. And so what really matters is where they came from. That's where you need the inspections. Puppy mill dogs are notorious for having health and behavioral problems, which can result in huge veterinary bills as well as emotional trauma. The joy of bringing home a new dog can quickly turn to a panic trip to the emergency vet, or even the heartbreak of a dog dying. A postcard that I passed around is about a dog named Gus, who died at the puppy palace before the people who were going to buy him could take him home. They had put down a deposit on him. They were getting all sorts of excuses. He's not ready. He's not ready. He needs to be treated for this. He needs to be treated for that. And then finally, she got a call, the woman her name was Holly, and this was just too painful for her to come talk about it because she's put it behind her. She called the store. They said, you can't see the dog. She's sleeping. He's sleeping. He's on antibiotics. And the next day, the manager called and said that the dog had passed away in the night in the store, all alone. And she had a little son who was 8, she said she'd never seen him cry so hard. So that's emotion, but that matters. You know, this is real trauma for people who live in New Hampshire. My mouth is dry. Also, I want to say that most people in New Hampshire hate puppy mills. If you look on the cover sheet of my testimony, you'll see my group of friends, and we spend a lot of our Saturdays out trying to warn people not to buy a dog in a pet store because it's going to be sick. And they're going to be lied to. And I have a petition here with 300 signatures from New Hampshire residents saying that they're opposed to selling dogs in stores. This bill will affect only 6 retail stores, including a store that's owned by a Massachusetts millionaire who lives in a town that passed an ordinance against the sale of dogs and cats in stores. Keep that in mind. That's one of these 6 stores. And as written, the bill will have no effect on New Hampshire dog and cat breeders who sell their animals direct to customers. We need those people. That's where people go when they get lied to at the store. I've talked to them. They say, you know, they said it wasn't from a puppy mill. I found out it was, so I went to a local breeder. We got a great dog. We're thrilled. That's where they go. It won't affect the Department of Agriculture. Their workload should remain unchanged. In terms of keeping track of ownership, I'll do that. I'll go out and make sure. I'll see if store changes hands. I'll be sure to tell them. And the state veterinarian, same scenario. His workload should remain unchanged because the bill essentially caps things and maintains the status quo. So ideally, our state would have no retail pet stores selling dogs, but this bill will at least stem the flow of puppy mill dogs into the state, and we'll be doing our part to protect dogs and citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Potenza.
Wow, we're going to be snowed in.
Yeah.
We're sleeping over. No, so just to Quick question. I thought this only would affect one, and you're saying in your testimony here that it affects 6 stores. So do you know off the top of your head where those other stores are located throughout the state?
I do know the 6 stores. Commissioner Jasper mentioned the 2 in Hudson. There is the Puppy Palace in Manchester. There's Family Pet and Aquarium in Nashua. And there is is that 5? I forget, 4 or 5. There is a man who sells golden retrievers. I think he's got a retail space, but he's not like in a strip mall. And there is a store in Lebanon.
Follow-up quick. I thought that this bill, though, would be for prohibiting it for any further ones.
That's right. They will be affected in the fact that they won't be able to sell more dogs than they sold in the year prior to the legislation becoming, enacted. And they won't be able to sell their business to somebody who's not an immediate family member. So they're the only people affected.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any other questions? Okay. To call Representative Ellen Reed. You've asked for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again, honorable members. I just had a few comments based on what I've heard watching the hearing. And the first thing is the idea of removing the humanity. We keep hearing, oh, feel good or, sad stories or whatever. But it is our job, to go back to that point, to do the right thing. And so while I believe in deciding things dispassionately in the fact that it needs to be objective, you shouldn't remove the idea that suffering is wrong from your brains when you're making those decisions. So I don't like the idea that, oh, don't listen to the death and the misery and the suffering. No, actually do, because that's important to weigh. So we heard that there's no evidence that any of these things are happening, but we know that Puppy Palace has had numerous complaints, especially of dogs being sick and dying. So that's evidence in and of itself. But also one particular person was told that they would be able to return the puppy if they had allergies. They had allergies, wasn't able to return the puppy. But further, and I really appreciated the commissioner's testimony in a number of ways. He said that he fined a couple of rescues steep fines for inhumane treatment. And if that's ostensibly the people who are doing the right thing for the animals, the rescues, how much more is the for-profit motive driving people to do inhumane behavior? So that tells me that much as we've talked about repeatedly, this is an enforcement issue, and he himself said that he didn't have the resources to enforce properly. And I would say, and I dare speak for the commissioner, that he might want more funding for his department to do enforcement. And I think the same thing is true of lemon laws, because I think we have a lot of situations where people just don't even complain about something because they don't think that anything will be done. But I think that the point here is not to allow a bad activity to remain legal because we aren't funding the enforcement side. The point here is to make sure that this is properly enforced. And I have not heard from anyone, either side of the bill, that inhumane treatment, like the conditions that exist in puppy mills or commercial breeders commonly, should be allowed to continue. I have not heard that. But I do agree, so I don't think the answer is to simply kill the bill. I think the answer is along the lines of what the commissioner said, which is it needs to be, he didn't say these exact words, but it needs to be more robust in that it needs to address specific conditions about where puppies and kittens come from. So the point of this bill as it is currently written, and again, I would support it being strengthened to that extent, is to reduce the demand from puppy mills. And I did hear someone say that there were not small pet stores in the state. Aside from these 6 that have been cited, I know of several. Most small pet stores, single owner, individual proprietor pet stores, focus on exotics. There's one in Seabrook on Route 1. I won't say the name because I don't know that they have engaged in any unethical behavior. But I do know that they're quite large and sell a broad range of animals. So I just wanted to kind of correct that. So with that, I don't imagine you have a bunch of questions for me, but I just wanted to comment on those things.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you. I'd like to now call Stacy Ober to speak to the committee. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Aaron, members of the House Environment and Agriculture Committee. My name is Stacy Ober. I am the Government Relations Manager in New England for the American Kennel Club. We are a nonprofit that is 140 years old. We are a recognized and trusted expert in canine health, training, responsible dog ownership, and breeding. And I'm here today to express AKC's opposition to House 1680. We have more than 5,000 clubs across the country, and we have 13 that are here in New Hampshire. I think it's helpful maybe for me to just summarize what exactly House 1680 would do as introduced to the committee. One, it would establish a new definition of retail pet store that would include any pet vendor who transfers more than 30 puppies, animals, dogs, just dogs in a year. And has a facility. This committee actually 4 or 5 years ago did significant work in removing the legal distinction between breeders and pet stores and having everyone licensed as a pet vendor with that commercial definition triggering for transfer of more than 30 dogs. But inevitably, our hobby breeders who are not transferring even more than 30 may in fact have a physical facility. They may have a kennel. So our concern is that this definition would in fact apply to not only your retail pet store that you think of, but also your breeders here in New Hampshire. So I understand from the bill sponsor that's not the intent. And I think irrespective of that not being the intent, we still have additional concerns. The second piece of the bill would be to cap anyone that falls in that new definition to transferring the same level of animals that they transferred the year before. And then also to prevent any new pet stores, new retail pet stores from setting up shop and basically allowing them to only host adoption events at their facility. One of our concerns, and I do have written testimony and I sent it via email because there are hot links in there to some of the data that I'm going to share with you, is that what we know from a survey that the American Veterinary Medical Association did in 2022 is that pet owners report that only about 25% report that they were able to get a dog from a breeder. And what that means is Americans love their dogs. The demand for dogs is higher than the number of breeders that are out there producing dogs. And our concern in what we have seen is that where this type of bill has passed, for instance, in California, was the first state to implement it back in 2019, individuals who are unwilling to wait the 2 to 3 years that they may be on a list waiting for a local breeder to have a puppy available to them, inevitably will go online to purchase a dog. And I know you heard testimony earlier about how the United States, the USDA, requires a license in the event someone is selling a pet sight unseen. The issue is that when consumers go online and are not able to go in person, whether that's to a retail pet store or to a local breeder, to see the pet firsthand, to ask who the veterinarian is, to get a copy of the health certificate, when they go online, I shared with all of you a report from December 2022 by the Better Business Bureau that started tracking online pet scams back in 2017. And during the pandemic, what they saw is that people were not able to go locally or to a pet store to acquire a pet, and the numbers increased to 25% in 2020 and 26% in 2026 of all scams tracked by the Better Business Bureau were pet related. That's pretty significant. So our concern is that people that are unwilling to wait or can't go in person will be forced to go online. And these are not individuals that are licensed by the USDA selling pets sight unseen. I have a anecdotal story about a breeder that contacted me online. There was a Larry's Labs, and they were selling cute puppies. They had a picture of a map where her kennel was located. They were accepting payment through Venmo or Zelle or some other online source, and they sent the puppy purchaser to her kennel to pick up the puppy. And of course, she was not Larry's Lab. Local police were notified. Animal control is investigating her. This went on for about 1.5 years, despite trying to assist her with making a report on, to the Department of Justice around this fraud. And what I learned is that a lot of these scammers are foreign scammers. So even if you end up successfully getting a puppy that maybe is sick, many people are getting scammed and their money just being taken. And so I hope you will read that article. The last thing I wanted to say is the question came up about whether or not, or you heard a lot, that these laws have been passed in other states and everything's going well there. When California implemented the law back in 2019, at that juncture, in addition to online scams, and I didn't bring them with me, but I have articles from that time period of when it was happening. There also was a puppy laundering scheme. The Attorney General for Iowa filed a lawsuit where there are bad actors out there, as I'm describing to you, and they had set up a 501c3, called themselves a rescue organization, accepted donations as though they were a charitable organization, purchased puppies at auction, and then turned around and was selling them online as rescues to folks in California. I also am aware that there has been heavy litigation, for instance, in the state of Maryland, in trying to implement the law that they passed there. It's been going on for years. So those are some serious concerns that the American Kennel Club has. Our recommendation is that New Hampshire focus on enforcing your current law. You have a framework in place to ensure that consumers have some protections. To also do the education so that consumers know where exactly they can go and see what they're purchasing in person. They can ask for the veterinarian's name who's responsible for the health of that animal, and get a copy of the health certificate. I think, I'm not dismissing that there may be, unfortunately, substandard care and conditions in other states. New Hampshire has done a lot of work to ensure that all animals deserve humane care and conditions. And I think it is incumbent on the other states to take action to ensure that any substandard conditions there, along with the USDA, the federal government, to ensure that those animals are cared in a humane way. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I briefly hopped onto the Better Business Bureau's website while you were chatting, and I was trying to figure out if this matrix that you're showing here is germane to New Hampshire, or if that's across the United States, because there is a way to filter, and I wasn't able to get it to work in any capacity.
There is a way to filter. You can even track, I think, by even town, for instance, which I haven't done in quite a while. But I think this is a global article from Better Business Bureau. And I just was wanting to share with you all how when people were not able to go in person to purchase a pet, the increase in the online scams had gone up. So that's why I pulled this particular one. But you can go on Better Business Bureau. They do have that tracker, and you can search by year and location. It's a valuable tool.
Anyone else have a question? Representative Coulon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. Could you speak maybe a little bit to the difficulty of actually buying specific breeds of dogs in New Hampshire? I know I've been on the wait list for 2 years for a livestock guardian dog, actually. So I've had, for people looking for a specific type of working dog, New Hampshire is actually a challenging place to buy a dog. Could you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. AKC does a lot of education around breeding healthy, happy litters of dogs. We'd love to see more people get involved in this particular passion and hobby. Unfortunately, there has been a long-standing culture of adopt, don't shop, and that I think has had an impact on the number of individuals who are worth to put in the blood, sweat, and tears and what it takes to actually produce a healthy, happy litter of puppies. Here in New England, we only have one veterinary school over at Tufts Veterinary School. And I'm proud to share with you that we had approached the dean to say we were even having difficulty accessing canine reproductive veterinarians in the area to work with breeders. And we've established a program of an elective where the veterinary students are spending a semester with our AKC breeder mentors on how to produce a healthy litter of pups. Again, to try and do that education and engage people in what it takes to produce a healthy purebred dog that's bred for a particular purpose. So thanks for the question. Yes, there is a shortage. It's not a matter of just saying, well, if you shut down the pet stores, there'll be a bigger market for breeders, and they'll make up the difference. I don't think that's an accurate reflection of what the consequence of this bill would be.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Ober, for
Thank you.
coming to testify today. And now we've got 3 cards left. I'd like to get through. Catherine Davis Varney. 5 minutes, please. Less than that if you can.
I said 5 to 7, just in case. But you might want to try a pet store. No, I'm joking. All right. Dear Madam Chair, Judy Aaron, and Vice Chair Jim Creighton, and committee members. My name is Catherine Davis Varney. I retired last year of owning a pet care business on the seacoast of New Hampshire for almost 20 years. During my years living in Stratham, New Hampshire, working for clients, taking care of their puppies, I started to notice sick puppies coming from a store in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I started to investigate why this was happening. I accumulated at the time, by the right to know law, vet certificates, mostly from Missouri, to find out where these pups were coming from, and found a world that I kind of knew but wasn't sure of, educating myself and working with animal control officers and police officers in Maine and New Hampshire. I started my journey to become an activist, not an extremist or paid lobbyist, to put a stop to the train of mill pups coming trucked into New Hampshire and Maine. I started by educating the public one person at a time, by protesting store by store, starting in 2017. I was there for the Maine Bill LD 1311, second time around in 2019, that it was eventually passed that year. With the bill passing in Maine, I connected with the director of New Hampshire Humane Society, Julia Seeley at the time, and put the bill out for someone in the House to sponsor. 2020, State Rep. Catherine, the late State Rep. Catherine Rogers of Concord, we lost a beautiful person to cancer, sponsored the bill, and we had our first HB 1388. I see some familiar faces in this room. Sadly, Catherine Rogers passed last year from cancer. We lost a valuable member of the House. We are today here for HB 1680 on this date, with a few tweaks in it, hopefully to get it to pass. I hope you work with us and let the representatives by the people of New Hampshire the right to vote on this bill. It is our right to be heard throughout the House of Representatives. Currently, while waiting for the bill to bring this bill to New Hampshire, towns have been doing their own grassroots banning of retail store sales of puppies and kittens in the state. And Kurt Ehrenberg, the director of New Hampshire, has a total of this record. What I know is every town so far that has put the warrant article resolution on their ballot, it passes. People don't want these stores in their town or city. What I know for the past 8 years from my experience firsthand, fact, puppies sold at any pet store is a mill dog. Just because they are registered by the AKC does not guarantee they are from a responsible breeder, as they would never ever sell to a retail store. I'm confused as the AKC lobbies for retail sales in pet shops, yet on AKC Marketplace website, I don't see them advertising the stores in any state. Instead, they advertise responsible breeders. I have no problem with responsible breeders. We need great breeders. On the website, I connected with a breeder from Manchester, New Hampshire, and asked if she sold her pups to to the Puppy Palace in Manchester. She told me she is a merit breeder and she would be happy to speak to me about her breed, but stay away from the store regarding mill pups. A pet scam, we're talking, we just were talking about online. That's a different bill to be talked about. That's not what we're talking about here. Fact is, puppies in pet shops are not always a careful thought. It is an emotional buy, and the pet store knows this, and they have the financing for them to keep their product moving. As a pet care person, I have adopted 2 dogs from clients that were emotional buys, and they had health issues their entire life. Fact, puppy mills operate for a profit with no concern about the health and treatment of the dogs in their care. The female breeding dog suffers the most as they spend their entire life in a small cage approved by the USDA and are bred every heat cycle until they can't produce pups. I would like to suggest you watch a 2015 documentary called Dog by Dog, producer Christopher Grimes, and an examination of the profitable puppy mill industry. Warning, it is a real and harsh reality. You will really need to see it if you're going to vote on this bill. It is free right now on YouTube because I know they don't pay you enough, but it'll go back on Netflix soon. Fact, testimonial standing from my last packet, which I had, that I handed out to everybody 4 years ago. It had everything in it. I'm not sending out packets this time. But it has documented veterinarian practicing in the Seacoast. Mike Schaefer, he gives testimony on all the health issues for the pet shop puppies. Patterns of illnesses from the Portsmouth store, they finally closed. They were here the last time. They finally closed. So that was one good thing that happened. Behavioral issues from a renowned dog trainer on the Seacoast, Dogs Mind Terrence Kirby. I have any of this information if you need it from me. I'll be happy to email it to you. Firsthand with mill pups, and they've caged and isolated during critical socialization periods. Demonstrates higher instances of shyness, fear-based aggression, and difficulty in housebreaking. Fact, there are too many breeders for the USDA to inspect each facility. The Purdue University Canine Certificate, that's a new concept, states on their website, there's no standard definition of puppy mill exists. We define puppy mills as a dog breeding facility where profit is clearly given priority over the well-being of the dogs. They are given the certificate by an independently audited program. Doesn't make sense to me, as responsible breeders don't sell to pet stores. I have testimony from well-known breeder Diane Peace and Love Havanese in my files that states the fact and mill pup breeders don't care where they send their puppies and they're out for the money. What I know is I don't want the state of New Hampshire to become a dumping ground of retail stores selling mill pups because every state around them is banning them. I told Governor Sununu when I saw him at a signing in Salem, New Hampshire, a year ago, remember this face. Remember my face. I'm not giving up. I'm not a pretty snowflake that melts. I'm the stick of gum under the desk that you peel off, but there's still a little left because I have 20 years left in me to fight this battle. I want him to sign the bill. I know he's leaving in 2024. I'm not going anywhere. I am not profiting or being paid. When I sit before you, I am grassroots and want better treatment for these animals. I can tell you now, if you have seen a puppy mill, you would not be against this bill. It's working in the state of Maine. It's working. And it can work here too. Thanks. That's it.
Any questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Angela Ferrari.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have some printouts for you. This is someone who couldn't make it due to snow. They can just end up in the public record. It was emailed as well.
We'll pass it to the clerk. Yep. Thank you for bringing that.
Yep. Hello, Angela Ferrari. I am here on behalf of dog owners of the Granite State. For those of you who don't know who we are, our membership includes a vibrant and active community of specialty breed clubs, all breed kennel clubs, dog and cat breeders, veterinarians, mushers, hunters, and livestock guardian dog owners. We have been around since 1991, focusing on pet ownership. We do oppose HB 1680. Before I get into changing the topic up a little bit from what we've been hearing, I just did want to mention that as part of my research for this bill, I did speak with various New Hampshire veterinarians, and there was more concern with the health of rescue dogs in comparison to those seen from pet stores. Animals delivered to pet stores in New Hampshire are already highly regulated, so any that are being imported into the state. That includes in the state of their birth, they're receiving a health certificate. In the state of their distributor, if they aren't coming here directly from the state of their birth, by the federal government, if they're USDA licensed, and by New Hampshire when the animals enter the state. And we have animal cruelty is a criminal offense everywhere, so we do have rules on the books if anything wasn't to be following those outlined for health certificates. If there is sick puppies being sold, it is imperative that the vets providing the health certificates are questioned and held accountable. Under 437:8, the vet signing a health certificate is the one responsible for stores or breeders selling sick puppies or cats. So we need to go back to the basics and understand how these health certificates are being given for sick animals. We have quarantine requirements of 48 hours for animals that are coming into the state. That is to make sure that they do have a period of incubation should they be coming with any diseases while they're being transported to our state. After that period, they would be seen by a New Hampshire veterinarian who would be providing the health certificate representing the health of that puppy. Okay, moving on. Additional concerns that we have that we're opposing this bill for are conflicts with the New Hampshire antitrust law, and you'll see highlighted in yellow the facts regarding the antitrust law. It's code section 356:1 under prohibitive acts, and it outlines that every contract, combination, or conspiracy in restraint of trade, and this is for the purpose of fixing, controlling, maintaining, limiting, or discontinuing the production, manufacture, mining, sale, or distribution of any commodity or service. So by this bill coming in and telling a business what they can or cannot sell, we are concerned about how that affects the New Hampshire antitrust law. We feel that this is a restrictive business model, or restricts business models, I should say. It forces pet stores into a restrictive business model. We also feel that there's potential taking without just compensation. And when you look at the section that talks about businesses not being able to sell their business, if someone's going into business, it is to try and build something. And you don't want it to die when you die. So you do want to be able to sell your business, and you've established something that is worth money. Is it just selling cats or dogs? It's likely all of the accessories. There's so much more beyond the section of the store that is including the sale of cats and dogs. But you want to be able to sell that business, get a return on your investment. So without the ability to do that, except for within family, that doesn't seem like a very pro-business type of restriction to have in the law. Also, not being able to relocate your business is quite an odd one that's in here. So you aren't allowed to transfer from one store to another or location. If this bill was to impact everyone that it could impact, it wouldn't just be pet stores, but somebody may not be able to sell their home because it had a kennel on it for somebody else who was going to take it over as a kennel property where they may be selling puppies or kittens, for example. In addition to just being able to relocate your business to get upgrades. So we always talk about how we want all of these breeders, pet stores, anybody that has animals for sale to have improved environments for the animals. That may require relocating to a different facility where you can have bigger enclosures for the animals, or you have better ductwork for air ventilation, things like that, or you may be able to upgrade the quantity of washers and dryers that you have to keep everything nice and clean. So you would actually be restricting them from being able to make those type of improvements. Obviously, we've heard a lot about the increased reliance on rescues and out-of-state brokers. So we do feel that this bill actually promotes shelters and rescues purchasing from commercial entities, which contradicts its intent. You've heard talk about rescues getting dogs from auctions. The commercial kennels that we're talking about across the country, they may relinquish animals to rescues for resale when they're no longer using them for breeding or if they've been unable to sell them. So I just want everyone to know that rescues are obtaining animals from the exact places that this bill is intended to supposedly stop. We also feel that it gives rescues a monopoly by limiting local options for obtaining pets and forcing individuals to resort to sight unseen, online brokers, traveling out of state, or working with breeders who haven't necessarily met the pet vendor threshold. This raises concern about increased demand for rescues, potential scams, and disease risks. We feel this bill is only going to increase imported rescue animals and disease, such as the canine respiratory illness that we've seen running rampant in New Hampshire. We've also seen parvo and distemper cases increasing, parasite cases increasing, including parasitic immunity to standard treatments. And these are not due to purebred dog and cat sales, but we feel that they're due to rescues who ignore the laws for importation into New Hampshire. Let's see, I think I had one more piece here. Oh, I did want to mention consumer choice is being taken away and accessibility for the consumers who may purchase a dog or cat from a pet store. And it's important for those who don't have access to breeders or rescue. We heard about what the wait list can be like for getting a puppy from a breeder. Myself, I breed Dobermans. My wait list is 2 years out. So that matches, what we've heard earlier. And people don't want to wait that long. I love my people who are willing to take the time and wait and have that rapport with me over that waiting period. But not everybody is going to be able to do that. And that isn't necessarily a bad thing for them because sometimes the time is now. It's maybe summer vacation. You have 3 months with your kids and the dog to be at home, get it potty trained before everyone goes back to school, you go back to work, whatever it might be. So there are reasons when waiting isn't always going to be the best option for everybody. We also can't expect that everyone is going to be satisfied or with a rescue dog or have that dog be appropriate for them. You are limited on breed choice, size, temperament. You don't know the health or background of that dog. Similarly to a puppy that might be coming into a pet store, it may only have been in New Hampshire for a 2-day quarantine period, sitting in the rescue for a week, and off it is into its new home. So it is really no different in that aspect. But we are bringing in potential disease every time we import a dog. And with the older dogs, we really aren't sure about temperament. And I think we hear a lot about that. So we also feel this bill is unnecessary as there are a low number of pet stores selling dogs and cats in New Hampshire. I think we heard the number is 5. Maybe there's a 6th one, we're not sure. And we have concerns about, the rescue dogs compared to those from the pet stores after speaking with the local veterinarians, and the existing regulations and criminal offenses related to animal cruelty, as well as consumer protections, should be deemed sufficient. So we would urge you to vote this bill ITL. If further discussions do happen about alternatives with this bill here, I would greatly appreciate opening the floor with you all to discuss those potentials. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Bixby. Please put on your mic.
Based on your testimony and the testimony of the commissioner, there are potential issues with the sourcing of rescue dogs. Based on other testimony, it sounds like there are potential issues and health issues with dogs at pet stores. do you think it might make sense to send this bill to interim study in order to get a broader sort of a solution that the commissioner was suggesting in terms of finding characteristics of dogs coming into the state that would allow us to limit the ones that are not, that shouldn't be coming into the state?
Thank you for the question. I do think that that is a consideration. I feel like we're starting with something that just goes so far beyond where we even want to be, that, it's kind of a muddy place to start. But if it's just to kind of look at what some options could be, we might be able to get behind that.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Could you just clarify for me your organization? Is it dog owners? Does it also include breeders and retail?
Yep, it's Dog Owners of the Granite State. You can find us at nhdogs.org. And we include specialty breed clubs that are in New Hampshire. We're only New Hampshire based. So our kennel clubs are New Hampshire, our dog and cat breeders are New Hampshire, veterinarians in our group are from New Hampshire. We also have mushers, hunters, and livestock guardian dog owners. And then just general, regular dog owners, they've been joining us. Yep.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, and we appreciate you sticking around so long.
Thank you all.
My last pink card is from Taylor Lavelli.
For the opportunity to speak with you all today on House Bill 1680. My name is Taylor Lavelli, and I am here on behalf of the Pet Advocacy Network. You all should have testimony from me that was handed out previously. The Pet Advocacy Network is the largest pet trade association in the nation. We represent members throughout the country, but also in New Hampshire. So I am here on behalf of the Pet Advocacy Network to ask you to vote no to House Bill 1680. We know that pet stores are the most highly regulated and transparent source for consumers to obtain an animal in New Hampshire. And we have seen these pet sale bans plague the nation, specifically in places like California, that's been brought up today, where veterinarians reported a large increase in sick animals 2 years after that pet sale ban was enacted, and puppy scams increased by 350%, according to the Better Business Bureau. I know we talked a lot about people going online as a source to get their dogs. I do want to correct and make known that the USDA regulating online pet sales is minimal at best. It's mostly complaint-based when they're searching for unlicensed vendors. So that's not something that they have a division that they're looking actively for at this time. Additionally, I think that it is important to note that there are bad actors in the pet care community. We are not here to dispute that. We just believe there's a lot better ways to address that than pet sale bans, if that's something that you choose to do. Again, that could be with things like sourcing restrictions or banning roadside sale of puppies. But I do think it's also important to note that pet stores are already regulated in New Hampshire. You've heard numerous ways of how. I will reiterate again that they are required to provide a 14-day warranty, provide that veterinary care certificate. They can't sell puppies and kittens under 8 weeks of age. They must be licensed, clean, and sanitary facilities. We do at the Pet Advocacy Network think it's very important to protect pet choice. There are families that cannot get a dog from a shelter because they may have something like allergies, and they just want to know their animal's full medical history, which is something that a pet store can offer them. We know that also I had provided in my testimony the numerous ways that the pet industry helps boost and protect the economy in New Hampshire. So to enact this ban would be an attack on the small businesses that do this now. We do welcome collaboration with you all. If you choose to consider other legislation, we'd love to be a part of those conversations. We've done so in other states. But we do think that we would love if you voted no to House Bill 1680 because this is not going to result in the elimination of puppy mills. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we heard earlier that it is pretty easy to look online and see where a pet store is getting its pets from.
Mhm.
And it sounds like you would support legislation that would ensure that where the dogs are coming from into a pet store is a licensed breeder.
Yes, USDA license. And there are states that do that already. Arizona has some great examples. Again, if that's something you guys choose to pursue, we're happy to work with you on that. There is an appropriate way to go about that. But we just want to make sure that everyone's a part of that conversation.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. And we have no other pink sheets, so I'd like to have the blue sheet brought
Thank
up.
you.
I know the online portal shows that there were 82 people writing in support of this legislation and 14 opposed. And on our blue sign-up sheet, we had 5 people in support and 2 people opposed. With that, I'm going to close the hearing for HB 1680. And I thank you all very much for your time. It's been a really long day. Plans for our committee, we plan to meet again Monday, the 22nd of January. And I'm planning on having committee work session on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bills. So I guess we'll have some discussion on the 22nd in the afternoon.
22nd, work session is on the 22nd?
In the afternoon, yes.
Okay, so I thought that we were doing.
We're also doing a work session on Wednesday, the 31st.
Okay.
Yeah,
Didn't we have bills that we had to hear on the 22nd?
yes, we will be hearing bills in the morning and then one bill in the afternoon. And then the other half of the afternoon, we're going to do discussion on some bills. 1685, redefining homestead foods as artisan foods. Okay. All right. Thank you. All set. And again, my apologies for today going so long. And I hope that you all drive safe and be careful.
Thank you for suggesting